blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying there's all that. Cause that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat first time singing the song. It's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How we all doing? Two Dads Smooching. Thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated. Also, hope you're doing well. Howdy, everybody. How we doing? Nice laser loon shirt. Yeah, I mean it's he's not shooting lasers or anything, but like chopping the head off of the snake of tyranny. What's your favorite artistic expression? Probably video games. Like as like a medium to express things. Hello, close enough. I agree. Jack looking like the cool protagonist of a 2000 slice of life cartoon. You know, I wasn't going for that energy, but I kind of stumbled into it, didn't I? Hello, Ananatrans. You make them? Nah. Oh, I did make one once. It was called A Very Scary House. It was not a good game. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake, hello, Punky Gal, hello, Super Jet Guy, hello, Sparrow in the Snow, hello, Mr. Malachite, hello, Nethercat, hello, Matatiahu, hello, Cardstock Caster, hello, how we doing,
Been a
folks?
while since I donated, gotta take it easy this time, but I got a bunch of scrap wire I'ma turn into gifted memberships
Hell
soon.
yeah.
Greater than 3GN, love you all.
Bintarong, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. Is that a loon bird?
Dang it, I was too slow to be first. Well, on that note, I need to got sleep to wake up for work in 5 hours, at 3 a.m.
Not smart. Well, thank you very much for the $15 dono, though. That's really cool. And it gets us over 370 towards our goal. Folks, if you guys play your cards right, we can watch some of Dracula's Angel tonight and be well on our way to some What If Alt Hist in the near future. All right. Hey, Spancom Cat. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, everybody. I haven't finished my hellos yet. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, The Strick. Hello, Bear. Hello, Simple Diaries. Hello, Conjure Gay Frogs. Hello. I almost got a double hello there out of me. I'm too quick. I'm too fast. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Sir Spitz-a-lot? I think. Hello, Samantha Ambergy. I'm very confused by Vert streams. I'd go to TikTok, but I'm here. Well, the thing is, we have horizontal streams as well. The reason I do both is because I know that there
They
are
made
some people
comedy
who prefer
illegal.
vertical
Can't make
for
silly
whatever
jokes or
reason.
you'll get indicted by the feds. Also, have you joined DSA yet? You can make change and do cool things. DSA puts the social in socialism.
It's true. You can join DSA. Let me do something here because we gotta. They have an arbitrary 100 character count for YouTube titles. There we go. That's fine. Vertical chat has been renamed. Hello, Colonel Cat. Hello, everybody. Hello, Lee Watts. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Max Danger, and thank you for the gifted membership. And also, Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog you know. Very much appreciate y'all being here. We got a full show. It genuinely feels like, despite the fact that I talked about the Iran memorandum of understanding less than 24 hours ago, so much has fucking changed. It's crazy. And yet, also, a lot of things haven't
Diamond
changed.
plus TFT meta is wild now.
God, Sake! Sake, I had a question for you, but chat answered it. I didn't know that Morello's and Sunfire Cape stack on top of each other, and that's changed my entire approach to teamfight tactics. I thought you'd be proud of me. But thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's fucking go. Story of the Bard. Thank you for the $20 dono.
Something to lighten the mood.
My God, you guys are just on fire tonight. Thank you so much. Let's check this out.
If you stuck along,
take a look at that. One of the first things we'll look at.
Did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
That reminded me that I didn't finish prepping this segment.
Generally you build whatever you hit first, but doubling up isn't the worst. Morello is pretty busted right now.
It's stupid. It's genuinely very stupid. Okay, here we go. Sure, whatever. We'll use Australian ABC as a source for this story. All right. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs as well. And also, Uncle Simric, I did not exercise today because my elliptical is still broken, sadly. It worked for a few days, but the horrible squeaking noise is back. Somehow, it has returned. All right. Let me see here. Stretch. Ugh. Oof. Just reminded I got a whole bunch of shit in my pockets. There we go. Whew. Transphobic elliptical. It is. Because, like, personally, I would push through the screeching noise, but we got other people in the building, you know. So I want to be considerate as well. All right, you guys ready? We got so much cool shit going on in DSA, and the indictments are stealing the thunder.
Note, I've hit more 3-star 5 costs these last 2 patches than I've hit in 7 sets.
Yeah, I just got the other. for the first time ever, I managed to get 10 champs with the dance party trait. I managed to get all 10 champs, and I thought I broke the game because it's basically you automatically win. It was crazy. Don't worry, Story of the Bard, we will get to your link. We haven't started the show. It's the first thing on the docket. And I just need to find the second thing that I wanted to show, because I thought I had it up, but I don't know where it went. We've got a lot to talk about tonight, folks, and like, it's frankly freakish how much is going on right now. All right, exit out of that. Cool. There's too much happening. Space Groove, thank you. All right, and there we go. Sorry for the rocky start today, folks. Transphobic is just normal? No, it's not. Like, genuinely, the people who think that being transphobic is normal are the biggest freaks on the planet. Like, you could just be, like, minding your own business, like, going to the bathroom or something, but instead you're, like, sitting there stewing, thinking about other people's genitals. Transphobes are genuinely the biggest weirdos in the entire universe. Everyone is uncomfortable around them, even people who, like, are otherwise cisgender and hetero. Like, you weird out the other heterosexuals, my friend.
Korean family with the last name Lee who named their kids Frank and Ernest.
Yo! For real? Well, at least Frank and Ernest, one of them has to name their kid Rock, right? Like, Rock Lee. You gotta have a Rock Lee in there. But God help anyone who has the last name Lee, and then they assemble the fated 5 Lees. You've got the Frank Lee, Ernest Lee, Spike Lee, Chun Lee, and then, of course, Bruce Lee. Together, they create a... together, they unlock a clown chakra? I don't know. A Jet Li? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, I forgot. The Secret Lee. God damn it. All right, I love you guys. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. We're gonna have I can already tell we're gonna have a fun show today. Thank you, Nethercat. I'm glad somebody got my joke.
Lee would definitely turn his frying pan into a drying pan.
I'm too easily entertained. Wall Lee? Oh, that'd be a real good one, bro. Default X. All right. We're doing good. We're already cooking. We're already cooking right here. All right, let's go. Okay. You gotta see these horrendous low-budget Christian conservative nationalist cartoons Hassan was watching earlier. They were so gross, but had everyone dying. Oh god, I'm gonna let that be Hassan's thing. We got too many things going on. And honestly, let's start by taking a look at Story of the Bard's video here.
Long sword out of a car aiming for a tree, the sword would obviously snap and rip from your hands. But what if the sword is unbreakable? You have an indestructible grip and your body is physically immovable. Well, the force would then throw you directly into the luxury of Wolf Cove Inn in Poland, Maine, where the only logical outcome is eating a farm-to-table breakfast and doing absolutely nothing on a floating picnic table. You can kayak across the lake, recover in our sauna and ice bath, or with a cocktail at the Den, and have a romantic dinner at the Boathouse Bistro. Finally, physics dictates you to go to sleep in one of 12 unique rooms or a detached cabin.
Physics dictates. Also, was that, like, I beg my pardon, but was that a Charlie Kirk AI voice? Has Charlie Kirk Is Charlie Kirk's lasting legacy just becoming one with AI slop itself? Because honestly, what a fitting conclusion to the Charlie Kirk saga. He is the ghost in the machine forevermore, unable to truly die. Yo, Fighting Hobbit, it's your birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Fighting Hobbit. Happy birthday to you. And many more. An amazing fate, the butt of jokes, and the Deus Ex Machina of slop. Yeah, but like also just like the truly the complete like denaturing of his entire self. You know? My god. All right. Imagine thinking we're liberals. It's okay. The people who say that are politically illiterate. Will you be playing Hollow Knight Silksong? I would fucking love. Do you guys have any idea how much I would love if we got like someone cool into a position of leadership in politics, and I could just like play Silksong and play Deltarune and play the rest of Mina the Hollower? Do you guys have any idea how fucking cool it would be for me to just be able to do a gaming stream? Unfortunately, the horrors persist, and so must this stream. You know?
Maybe they'll end up with a new term, Kirkification, the moment one becomes more known from AI of the person than the real person.
I love it, Gamer G. I love it. Let that become our new buzzword here. Sake Tanuki, what is this? Oh no.
Oh no, it's raining!
Hey, I know! I'll use my trusty frying pan as a drying pan!
Brock really cheated death every single episode just so he could deliver those lines. God. You do know we have our first trillionaire? What's next? Our first former trillionaire. Also, y'all ready? Oh, I just thought this was kind of a delightful looking video game. I only found one thing I wanted to share with you guys prior to the show today. So here it is. This is a indie video game called Into the Wind that looks absolutely delightful and cool.
My dearest Milan, today marks attempt 179 to uncover what hides in that peculiar cloud. Maybe it's time for me to take a step back. Let you run the delivery firm, eh? And Hermes misses you very much. There is a good life for you here on Santa Rosa, full of adventure, full of wonderful people. I know you will help them out as best you can, no matter the challenge. If I don't return, come find me up there. Signed, Uncle Umberto. And as always, take off into the wind.
It just looks really cool. Like, you've got a sentient motorcycle friend who also can transform into an airplane. You go around and deliver packages. Yeah, it's Porco Rosso, but with a guy instead of a pig. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't know, it's a whole ass vibe. It looks really cute. What's going on with the DC election results? Probably the same thing that happens with every recent election, which is that a bunch of conservative votes come in first, and then the more progressive votes come in across the night.
Is a moody.
Sake, I'm gonna give you 2 sound effects for that one. Sorry, Jack, I don't speak Italian. I couldn't understand anything they said. Porco Rosso was Antifa. It's true. Better a pig than a fascist. Feels Disney-esque. Yeah. Also, there's a new Disney movie coming out called Hexed. It looks really cool. Like I dig the vibe. You'll never be a woman? What an odd thing to say. The Democrats have to rig the very large blue city in the middle of a blue state. It's true. Also, the Democrats are able to rig only the biggest and most complicated bureaucracies, but not the simplest and smallest ones out in the countryside. It definitely makes sense. Don't question it. We'll get to it. All right. Have you listened to Can't Be Erased? I don't know what that is. No, like they haven't come in at all? Do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Why would that be? They close at 8 p.m., so they closed like an hour and a half ago. Some of the votes should be trickling in already. Yeah. Apparently the DC Board of Elections isn't, Oh, okay, so apparently there's some kerfuffles going on the ground with DC voting. Specifically, their ballot printers have been breaking down, causing long lines. So in some cases, the ballot or the voting period has been extended, but there hasn't been like an official statement given yet. That seems to be what is happening with the DC election stuff. From what the scuttlebutt I'm seeing. I smell fuckery. I don't think it's fuckery. Ballot printers, not phallic printers. Come on. Do we need to worry? I don't really think so, no. All right. You guys ready for us to start our show today? Because we got a lot to talk about. Are you ready? Now, folks, before we get started, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't, and get cozy. And if you guys are wondering why there haven't been segments getting posted, my editor ran into a tech issue, and it is resolved. Uploads should resume in the very near future. So, just letting you guys know, if you rely on the segments, they are not going to be disappeared forever. What happens if we say that we're not? I chastise you gently, and we do it anyway. All right. Are you safe in Minnesota right now? I mean, as far as I can be, you know. Having gotten a visit by the FBI, so that I take that today as a fairly good sign. What's the deal with the DSA candidates in New York State avoiding taking a stance on Ukraine? Probably because there are some fringe elements within DSA that view Russian aggression as like a good thing. I don't know. My best advice would be to join DSA and get louder than those voices. Let's see. You guys ready? Come on, I need some energy. I need some energy to know that we're ready to go. All right? ICE visited my restaurant and demanded a military discount. I was happy to deny it to them, and they walked off in a huff. Good, fuck those losers. Most delicate assholes on the planet. Stone Corbell, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. Appreciate you. All right. Also, hell yeah, Fightin' Hobbit, living up to the username. We love that. All right, let's get started. Now, folks, obviously the most important thing going on in politics right now is the ongoing saga of the multi-million-dollar reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been obsessing over turning the water of the reflecting pool pristine blue. So much has he obsessed over this that he spent tens of millions of dollars on it in order to drain it, retrofit it, and paint the inside of the reflecting pool blue under the idea that there is going to be an even bluer look to the water. And, well, what happened is maybe the most predictable thing in the universe, which is that you painted the bottom of the pool a darker color. So what happens when darker colors are exposed to the sun? They absorb more radiation and emit more heat, which means the temperature of the reflecting pool went up, which means it made it even more attractive to algae. That was the original complaint he had about the reflecting pool in the first place. So he actually created a situation where there's more algae in the reflecting pool now.
What happened when Donald went to observe the work? Reflecting pool.
Got him, Makumi. Got him. But today, in the ongoing saga of this absolutely silly reflecting pool situation, because of course the biggest problem, affecting America right now is the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. Obviously, there's no other problems happening like runaway costs or corporate greed or, the ability for people to afford basic necessities in order to continue living. No, the biggest problem in America is that reflecting pool. All right?
This is why Tim doesn't have any mirrors in his compound. He never reflects.
Well, if you go by what Mark Andreessen has talked about, the Eggman himself, Mark Andreessen says that introspection and reflection were only invented in like the 1960s. Anything prior to that was purely reactive with no thought put to it whatsoever. But with the current pool, they're apparently now pouring hydrogen peroxide into it in order to try and kill the algae, which is having I don't think the effect that they desired. You can see him here just pouring jugs and jugs of hydrogen peroxide into this reflecting pool. It's maybe one of the stupidest things I've ever seen happen on such a large scale. Right? So this is all happening, and you can see that obviously this isn't going to work because people have gotten aerial footage now of it, and it turns out it's not working very well. It's just killing the algae on the outside edges of the pool, but not the inside edges. So you just have a giant green dick in the reflecting pool. I don't, we live in interesting times, and I just genuinely, I am perplexed, vexed, and terribly amused by all of this. Not so amused that I am happy about our tens of millions of taxpayer dollars going towards this ongoing disaster, but it is still very funny. I just, I can't believe it. It's so stupid. It's a it is. I wasn't exaggerating. Wow, that looks like shit. It really truly does, doesn't it? Oh yeah, it only cost $1 more billion, exactly. Anyway, I don't have any deep or insightful comments on this. I just think it's funny, and also a sign of how decayed and decrepit the American empire has become, where the number one priority of the most powerful man, arguably in the world, is the algae content of a reflecting pool as we currently lose a war against another country, and also have the world's first ascendant trillionaire, who is, of course, getting rich off of taxpayer money. It is
I never knew that
disgusting.
hydrogen peroxide made edging so easy.
You guys are truly on a roll today with your commentary. I appreciate it. The zingers, keep them coming. We need that energy. I just... everything is so stupid, and it's accelerating in its stupidity. And I think maybe in the future, we should be on our guards against a rising tide of stupidity like this. Because, as I've been noting more and more frequently, the stupidity is kind of part and parcel of fascism. A core component of fascism is a rejection of empiricism. It is accommodating to this type of absolute insanity on the policy level, because it's all just vibes-based politics. And if people have the vibe that Donald Trump isn't, a raving lunatic who is obsessed with an algae pond more than the well-being of the American public, then, that's the vibe that they take away from it when they're inside that fascist bubble. So, I don't know what to tell you guys, but, it truly is emblematic of the complete and utter failure of MAGA. And I think I'll leave it at that. Folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the giant green phallic symbol in the reflecting pool. And also, hit the subscribe button. Get organized, folks. We need to get organized, because if we don't, the fascists will. So join your local Dems, get rid of those corporate Democrats, push forward Montana Plan initiatives in your state, get involved with other people who are similarly minded to you, and let's make the Democratic Party work for the working class for a change. And also join your DSA. Make them more effective. We need people getting involved all over the damn place. We can help you get started.
That is a big problem. President Trump is clearly bringing this to light and making a hard point.
It's true. The hardest point. Story of the Bard, thank you for the $5 dono. And also, consider joining Progressive Victory, folks. There's a link down below. You can get directly plugged into campaigns for leftists across the country to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, research, etc. You can be indispensable to these campaigns. Go connect via Progressive Victory. Check it out. And if you need help getting started with DSA or your local Dems, you can join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks.
It was probably more of a soft point.
Akumi, thank you for the $5 donos as well. $5 dono, rather. And, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. It's non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. Let's keep on going. You silly billies. Whoo! I once proudly supported the Democratic Party. I'm a liberal. Well, that's your problem. That's your problem right there. Problem is liberalism failed. You need to move farther left, my friend. And the Democratic Party, they don't even work for liberals. They went for the neoliberals. They chased the Reagan game. And like that was stupid as hell. Welcome back, Profane Priestess. Dios mío, a liberal. Indeed. All right. You guys ready? We gotta jump into our next segment here. It's gonna be another relatively short one. So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that apparently there was yet another plot to potentially kill Donald Trump, and nobody seems to be really talking about it. So, America 250, the UFC event, there was a plot to use drones to deliver explosives to the arena and cause chaos, damage, havoc, and potentially assassinate Donald Trump as well. And this, of course, was plotted by a couple of, well, deeply conservative folks from 4chan. Let's take a look here. According to ABC Australia, FBI says plot to attack White House UFC event with drones was thwarted. The FBI says it thwarted a potential threat ahead of the UFC mixed martial arts event in Washington last weekend and has multiple people in custody. On June 10th, FBI and our local law enforcement partners became aware of potential threat to UFC America 250 event in Washington, D.C., involving individuals outside the national capital region. Now, we do know 2 individuals have been arrested here, and guys, you're not going to believe it, right? You're not going to believe it, but before we get to the part you're not going to believe, I want to play this minute-long clip of Katie Britt desperately trying to get MAGA off the hook for yet another attempt on the president's life.
Here. First, let's start with the positive, and that is thank you to President Trump for making sure that we can celebrate America's 250. Celebrate what makes this country so great. There at the UFC fight, they showcased our military men and women from all branches of our military, saying thank you for your sacrifice, thank you for your service. It was a wonderful night, and it was fun to be a part of. Now, when you're looking at what's happening right now, do not let the Biden administration off the hook. Joe Biden was reckless as president, allowing our our borders to be open, allowing people to flood in. We know how many people that were known terrorists that they allowed in into our country. We know the capabilities of those individuals.
Yeah.
It was absolutely a dereliction of duty. Now we're dealing with cleaning that up, and then adding to that, we are dealing with what Democrats are doing with their rhetoric, the way that they are talking, calling for war, saying that we would be better without these individuals, leaning into what divides us instead of the things that we can be brought together. Their Trump derangement syndrome has gotten the best of them. And on things here, first let's start.
So, it was clearly undocumented immigrants, and clearly just all of the divisive rhetoric from the left that spurred these attacks, right? Clearly. Now, let's take a look, because earlier today they had their first court appearance, actually. So let's take a quick gander at local news coverage of that, because I can't really seem to find a whole lot of coverage for it on the national level, which again I find is a bit weird. So here's ABC America this time, Eyewitness News. New details after two South Cal men arrested in alleged plot targeting UFC fights at the White House. Brian Omar Roa, 24 of Calamasa, and Michael Allen Thomas, 32 of Pinion Hills, were arrested on Saturday, the night before the fight, and have since made their initial court appearances. So, okay, FBI searched both of their homes, recovered multiple firearms and large quantities of ammunition. According to the complaint, law enforcement seized a handgun, rifle, tactical vest, a two-way radio, and a laser target pointer from Roa's home. Quote, I'm just shocked beyond belief that it could be somebody who lives so close to me, number one, and that he would do such terrible things, said Calamasa resident Marge Lammers, who lives a few doors down from Roa's home. Meanwhile, 2 rifles and 180 rounds of ammo and a pistol were seized by authorities from Thomas's home, according to the complaint. Now, let's just take a look here. What was their plan exactly, right? So, according to the court documents, one of the suspects admitted to helping plan the attack and also attempting to recruit for the attack, trying to get others involved in it. And so the FBI, again, such as it is alleging that 19 people were involved in this plan. And what exactly it involved: setting off explosions, drones, guns, shooting people as they tried to evacuate. And let's take a look. In a group chat with other suspects, Thomas is alleged to have said, quote, we're not going to be conducting the type of missions or combat that I did back in the day. It will be guerrilla, spelled like the animal, style warfare. There will be some raid attacks, which I've done before. Now, apparently, their attempts at recruiting on 4chan included a 19-year-old named Tyson Proper, who lives at his parents' house in Ohio. Now, the entire scheme apparently came to light, and I shit you not, because his mom overheard her 19-year-old son talking about conducting the attack while he was in her basement. It's literally like she was delivering him Hot Pockets. I don't know what to tell you guys. Now, what were the motivations? Were these all far left leftoids? Were they conducting it in the name of some glorious communist revolution? Well, no. The group describe themselves in communications with one another as ex-military Christian-based anti-government and basically disillusioned conservatives. They were MAGA extremists upset about things like how the Epstein files were handled and AI data centers. Like, the idea here that, oh, well, no, they're just disgruntled leftists isn't accurate. These are Christian nationalist fascists who are upset over the fact that the Trump administration hasn't gone far enough in, like, furthering Christian nationalism and fascism. They are just, like, upsetty spaghetti about how Donald Trump hasn't been their golden god on a throne, ushering in the new fascist age that they really want him to. And so they plan to try and kill him. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. But Republicans keep over and over and over again saying that, like, no, guys, you don't understand. It's the left. You have to be worried about the left. The left is trying to do all these assassinations, and it's just not that. Like, and I do think it's worth noting some of the rhetoric that's been going on around some of the conservatives in Congress talking about political violence in particular. Here's Representative Brandon Gill, a Republican, on Fox News earlier today.
We need both sides of the aisle, but particularly the left, to tone down the rhetoric. Listen, I think that we can all agree, or we all ought to be able to agree, that political violence is always wrong. But the reality is, whenever you have Democrats who are labeling Republicans Nazis every single day, calling ICE agents the Gestapo, you eventually expect something like this to happen. Somebody's going to listen to that and believe that they are the next Dietrich Bonhoeffer and act on that, and that's what we're seeing here.
Now, what's crazy to me here is that a couple of things. Number one, they're looking at a story about a white Christian nationalist who is aggrieved that the country hasn't been conservative enough, and saying the left needs to tone down their rhetoric. And then they show a picture of this guy with the graphic next to him, had AR-style magazines, AR-style rifle painted with an American flag. These guys are not leftists. These guys are deeply, deeply conservative, right? And this guy's also like, well, if the left isn't careful with their rhetoric, they're going to have people coming out of the woodwork thinking they're Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Now, what's really interesting here is that Dietrich Bonhoeffer was a good guy. Like, that Dietrich Bonhoeffer was maybe one of the best guys in Nazi Germany because he tried to kill Hitler. Like,
Alice wishes it was well dressed enough to be the Gestapo.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I just like, there are so many assassins you could choose, or would-be assassins you could choose, who are actual monsters. Like John Wilkes Booth, a guy who wanted to assassinate Lincoln because Lincoln, ended slavery. Like, in the American context. But I think it's kind of telling that this guy learns about an assassination plot against Donald Trump and is like, yes, the guy who tried to kill the guy who tried to kill Hitler would be the most apt comparison here. Right? Like, the fact that these people are just like, I don't know, thoughtlessly going on television. They don't give a shit. These people do not care about political violence. If they did, they wouldn't be continuing this charade. They wouldn't be doing this. They wouldn't be going out and telling things that they know are lies in order to push their political agenda if they actually gave a shit about political violence. We've known for a very long time that political violence from the far right vastly outnumbers incidents of political violence from the far left. We know that the FBI, under multiple, both conservative and left wing administrations, has said the biggest danger domestically in America is far right terrorism. And what is very clear is that whenever conservatives are brought on television to talk about an incident where even conservatives are trying to kill Donald Trump, they're like, the left needs to turn down its rhetoric. And like, dude, look at the plank in your own eye. You got Republicans out there saying they're going to like wipe transgender people off the face of the earth. You got Republicans out here talking about how like they want to eliminate entire ethnic groups. Fuck, DHS is out there talking about how they want to deport 100 million people, and there aren't 100 million. By the most generous estimates, there are not 100 million undocumented immigrants in the United States. There are roughly 100 million non-white people in the United States, though. And that comes from our own government, because it's been taken over by these absolutely gutter snipe racists. And it's not surprising that conservative politicians act this way, because it's in their best interest to try and cover for their own, you know? But here we are, and I thought, we had to talk about it, because honestly, I haven't seen anywhere near enough people talking about this incident of violence. And like, I could see when I started talking about it, so many of you were like, wait, what? And yeah. So I guess all I'm going to say here is get organized, folks. You got to get organized, because if you're not, the fascists are. And they're going to cover for one another, even for their most extreme elements. So join your local Dems, kick out those centrist bought Democrats who are bought by big lobbyist money and corporate money. Kick them out. Get pro-working class Democrats into power. You can do that when you come up from the grassroots. Make sure your local party is doing its part to move the party to the left and to make it more effective. And also join your local DSA, folks, because when you make your DSA more effective, you can do some incredible things. So many cool things are happening here in Minnesota. And I know that's true of many other places across the country. All right. But it takes people who genuinely want to see a change getting involved to get, some local elements of DSA out of that circle jerk mentality. Okay. And also, folks, you can push when you organize locally for Montana Plan initiatives in your state. You can use the power of your state's rights, as it were, to block corporate spending on elections in your state. They've already passed it in Hawaii. It's going up for a ballot initiative in Montana, and we can get that shit done everywhere. Root out that political corruption, end corporate spending in politics. All right? And if you want to get plugged directly into different electoral campaigns around the country, specifically leftist electoral campaigns, you can join Progressive Victory, and they'll get you involved door knocking, phone banking, text banking, doing research for campaigns big and small all across the country, and you can make an actual huge measurable difference. So check that out as well. And all that being said, folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about all of, like, what are we at now? Like attempt number 7 on the president's life? It's genuinely insane. Genuinely an insane number. And let me know what you think in the comments. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. Whew. Can you get us to 60 shimps in DSA? Yeah, guys, just this community alone, if you are interested in joining DSA, we have a group chat of around 60 people coordinating and talking and swapping strategies about how to improve their local DSAs and make progress. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG if you want in on that. Reach out to GamerG if you want tips on how to join your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly if you want to learn how to join your local Dems and make them better as well. There are years and years of experience between the two of them with their respective organizations. So do take advantage of that expertise. It's being made available to you guys. And really, it's only when we all decide to push together that we make a difference. So let's get it done. Whew. I read a report that said there are now more bots on the internet than actual people, so most of MAGA trolls and are brainless program bots, much like actual MAGAs. Well, I mean, that's true, right? Like, the bot farms right now are... They runneth over, you know? We did a story not too long ago. I think it was my video titled, like, the most watched transphobic video essay on YouTube or something like that. Where, like, the guy who runs that channel, like, one of his long-term associates is a guy who runs a Macedonian bot farm. Like, it's a whole thing over in Eastern Europe. It's crazy. That's what the data centers are for? I mean, it's certainly what some of them are for. So we're arguing with a machine the whole time? I mean, I'm not arguing with machine, but, like, if you guys are wasting your time arguing with random folks on the internet and you don't have an audience, then yes, you are wasting your time. All right. Also, Rogue of Heart, thank you for the $5 tip. I appreciate you. I don't remember if I said thank you for that, but I do appreciate it. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's see here. Speaking from experience, don't argue on the internet. Yeah, by the way, if you guys ever see me arguing on the internet, it's because I know that there is a certain there's a certain cohort of people on the internet who need to hear good arguments for different positions, and I see it as an opportunity to both cathartically dunk on somebody, but also to potentially educate people who are watching. So that's why I sometimes partake. Now, folks, we've been going for over an hour now, believe it or not. But we are making good progress towards our Dracula's Angel viewing experience. We have 79 subs left until we hit our goal. And then after that, we're well on our way to some good old-fashioned what if alt hist brain rot. And I, for one, am very, very excited. It's probably bots trolling in vertical chat. It's either bots or very bored conservatives, you know, that marshaling all of their brain power to make the worst argument possible. What is Dracula's Angel? It's a animated film made by, like, a very small team, and it looks incredible in, you know, maybe one of the worst ways possible. I'm very excited. All right. America's just so cooked, and the only people who can uncook it are us. Now, folks, if you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do the things. We got a little song that goes with it. Here you go. Click the goddamn buttons. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Okay, well, you had me at so much ham. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Can't wait to see this. Click the button. Nocturnal 8999, thank you for the gifted membership. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Click Guys! Also, Sake Tanuki, what is this? Oh, hell yeah. This movie fucks.
It's alright, you know. It's nothing earth-shattering.
He was an ordinary guy.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Looking for an extraordinary love.
I'm Peter Lowe.
Rachel.
I brought this girl up to my place the other night.
It started with a kiss.
Really hot.
A very special kiss.
You wanted her very badly.
Yeah.
A kiss that could drive you mad.
Yay! I hate interrupted love affairs, don't you?
Yep.
It's affecting his work.
There you are! It's a horrible, horrible job. And you have to do it.
It's ruining his appetite.
My next appointment with you is Tuesday afternoon.
I'd like to make it sooner.
It's spoiling his sleep.
Sooner.
And don't think people haven't noticed.
Am I getting through to you? Over!
He is so eccentric.
My.
For Peter Lowe,
Oh,
that's just love
Love.
in the big city.
Yeah! Don't laugh.
I'm a professional. I don't lie.
I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire!
Nicolas Cage,
The tortures of the damned!
Maria Conchita Alonso,
Shoot. Doing her all fire you, do you understand? Not the floor, Alba.
and Jennifer Beals.
You are so pathetic.
Vampire's Kiss.
Strange stuff. I'll never do that again. Jeez.
I fucking love this movie. Also, the vibe of this trailer and the vibe of the movie are very different. But his acting is so much fun. Like, also, guys, if you haven't, do yourselves a favor and watch The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. It's so fucking good. Is it a comedy? Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent is a comedy. I would not necessarily describe Vampire's Kiss as a comedy. But, like, it's more... Vampire's Kiss is more like... What if Patrick Bateman also thought he was a vampire? And... like, it's Nick Cage just getting licensed to go absolutely donkey-brained, and it's glorious. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. It's a movie where Nick Cage plays Nick Cage. Here. It's genuinely very, very fun. Here. Like, it's genuinely very fun. It's already out. It came out, like, 4 years ago. Yeah. It's just a great movie. And honestly, like, the chemistry between Pedro Pascal and Nick Cage is just... It's very palpable. It's great. It's so good. Yo, 2 Spectral Wolves! Thank you for the 5 Tier 2 subs! Good golly! Thank you very, very much. We're gonna see a color differentiation in the in the chat. My God. All right. Okay, there's like a cable on the ground I keep touching with my foot. Let's move that out of the way. There we go. I think I found my arch nemesis. Who's your arch nemesis? Oh, two spectral wolves versus two dads smooching. One wolf for each dad. Renfield is also a very fun movie. I just wish like Nick Cage had more screen time in it. All right, are you guys ready for us to move on to our next segment? You guys ready? If they get married, would it be full 4 wolves smooching? Well, obviously not. It'd be 6 wolves smooching. Because as we all know, within every dad, there are 2 wolves. Good night, the Stegocephalian. All right. I'm gonna need a cold shower. Oh, I'm sorry. But within every wolf, there's 2 dads? Oh, shit. So it's either 6 dads all smooching, or 6 wolves, or wait, 8? No, 8 dads all smooching, or 8 wolves. No. 8 dads all smooching, or 6 wolves all smooching. I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of smooching either way. It's a smooch party? I guess so. Alright. Consult the Omegaverse lore. Alright, enough of that. We're fractal dads and wolves smooching. No, Jack, I'm too high for no! God. Wolf math is hard, it's true. That's why humans haven't fully cracked it yet. Alright. Okay, we're doing our next segment. So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that, I think it's deeply weird that in the course of 2 Trump presidencies, we've just become numb or used to the idea of presidents and vice presidents profiting off of their positions while they're currently in office. I think it's weird, right? Like, for example, this clip going around today of Senator Kevin Cramer here on Fox News.
I mean, look, we're talking about the rewards issue.
That's right.
But that's not the only issue holding this up, right? Democrats want to ban government employees, including the president and his family, from crypto endeavors. The president's not going to back that. We know that. Law enforcement interests are...
Gee whiz! Hey, I wonder why the president wouldn't back a bill that prohibits himself and his family from enriching themselves using insider knowledge. I want, does that very comment where you're like, of course he's not going to support that, does that not speak to the very reason why this legislation might be needed to bar him from using his office to personally enrich himself? I wonder.
Are raising objections to some provisions related to money laundering as well.
Right. Yeah, that's true, and we want to take care of the money laundering piece of it. I think we've done a pretty good job of it. Maybe we have to tighten things up a little bit more with regard to the ethics piece of it. One of the things that Democrats are never going to accept, and that is that we have a business person as the president of the United States. He didn't come up through the ranks.
Oh, yeah. That's... The problem Democrats have isn't with the fact that government officials are using their positions and power to enrich themselves and their families. No, no, no. The problem is they're just really mad about business people. I feel actually dumber having heard that. The idea that people just don't care about political corruption and instead they're just very big mad about business people being in politics is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Business people. Like, for fuck's sake. I think it's like it's not difficult. People are sick to death of, political corruption. What we're talking about here is the most basic kind of bill to stop political corruption. And this guy's just like, nah, they just hate business people. Political corruption to Republicans is just doing business now. It's literally the most corrupt thing. We've gone from like we've gone to the point where a major political party is coming out as a point of policy and saying, like a fucking mobster, that's just business. That's crazy. That's crazy. How can people not see through this bullshit?
He wasn't a state legislator or a bureaucrat or even a member of Congress. They're always going to have extra scrutiny on the Trump family, but we shouldn't not move forward with pro-growth, pro-business policies just because it might benefit the president's family because they're in business. I mean, they're largely in the White House because they were
It's not just the president. It's all people in a position of public office. That would be objectively a good thing, to bar people who've been elected to represent the people from using and abusing that trust to enrich themselves.
They're successful business people. So I sort of reject that whole idea that somehow Donald Trump has to be exempt from being successful.
Well, a lot of people, I mean, look, we're
like this made me pretty upset earlier. Like, again, this is why we need to get money out of politics. This is why every state in the country, you need to be getting involved with your local Democratic Party, your local DSA, whatever organizing apparatus you feel comfortable. You should be organizing with other people specifically to get Montana Plan initiatives on the legislative docket for the upcoming season. Because what needs to happen is every state needs to pass laws prohibiting businesses that want to act in the state from giving and contributing to different political campaigns. Full stop. This is one of the ways we can end the damage that is being done in an ongoing fashion by Citizens United. We can use the state power to oversee commerce and business to actually put a stop to this kind of political chicanery, right? And so it's one of the reasons we need to be getting organized, whether or not we are fully amenable to getting organized within the Democratic Party or your local DSA. We need to be doing whatever we can to organize in this way. Now, in a very similar manner, J.D. Vance has written a book and is currently doing a book tour as Vice President of the United States. We are now in a situation where the Vice President, who is currently the vice president, it's not like a former vice president writing a memoir or something. The current vice president wrote a memoir and is now doing a fucking book tour to sell his goddamn book. And I just have to say, he got elected to do shit in this country. He got elected to a position of supreme public trust, and he's using that time and that trust to tour the country to shill his book. And I find this deeply distasteful just on the surface level of it. But there is another part of me that does find it very funny. Because, of course, this also means J.D. Vance has to go into the lion's den, one of the most dangerous political places on earth for Republican politicians. And, of course, I'm talking about The View.
For 29 seasons, this show has invited thousands of guests with all kinds of diverse points of view. And we have been asking our next guest to join us for a while now. So we're glad that he's taken us up on the offer today. Please welcome author of the new book, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith.
Just as an aside about this particular book, I've talked about it in the past, but what's very funny is that J.D. Vance uses a picture of, I believe, a Presbyterian church on the cover of Communion. J.D. Vance is a Catholic. He's not a Protestant. He is a Catholic. That's a completely unrelated church that J.D. Vance has no connection to on the cover of his book. And I find that to be very funny. Also, of course, J.D. Vance hates the Pope and thinks that he knows more about the religion of Catholicism than the fucking Pope, which is very, very funny considering Catholics believe that the Pope is the closest you can get to God on earth. So, yeah.
Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Wow, look at him. Wow. It's our big charismatic boy. Everyone loves J.D. Vance. Everyone loves him. We all love J.D. Vance, don't we, folks? Yay! Yay! I very much appreciate this. Let's get to it. Why would The View ever want JD on their show and vice versa? Excellent question. And that's because the vast majority of the women on The View want to basically treat JD Vance as a fucking piñata on while cameras catch their interaction with him. All right? That's...
Oh my god, he's gonna asterisk the View couch.
Oh god. You know, the good news is there's not any couches on the on the set. He'd have to climb up the stairs. I think there are some up top. Like, it looks like maybe they got a couple love seats up there. They got to keep them safe. That's why they put them all the way up there. God.
Table of big heads here.
So this is a
Alyssa,
show of MAGA Republicans, right? That's
Yeah,
what my
right,
media
yes.
team told me? Okay, good.
Well,
wow, how charming. How charming he is. Look at how disarming he is.
we'll find out. I think you have the first question, Alyssa.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, thank you for being.
Love finds a way.
Love seats find a way.
With us. Now, you came into office with clear momentum, but when I talk to my friends and family who supported you and the president and still support you and the president, one issue comes up time and time again, and it's the economy. Inflation's up, wages are down, gas prices are starting to drop at news of this Iran deal, which we will get to.
Sure.
What can you say to voters who trusted you to lower costs on day one, and will they be satisfied by November?
Like, genuinely? What the fuck? Like, genuinely, that was a great question. Like, I know people, like, will rake The View over the coals, and I know they got issues. They are not, like, far leftists, like MAGA likes to claim. But, like, that was genuinely a harder question than most of the mainstream press has been asking J.D. Vance or Donald Trump for years now. It's genuine, like, they're genuinely posing harder questions. Like, so to start off with, J.D. Vance, do you think that your betrayal will still be remembered come November?
Well, I think that's ultimately up to the voters, right? I think voters have every right to expect as much as possible out of their elected representatives. We certainly know.
Oh God, wait, sorry, I just noticed. Is J.D. Vance doing, like, the Donald Trump strategy? Is J.D. Vance, like, oranging himself? Like, seriously, compare his complexion to the orange hued tree in the background behind him. It's almost one for one. He is very orange. Oh my god, he's trying so hard to be Donald Trump. Oh, he's trying so hard.
That we were elected on a number of mandates. One was to close the border, which I think we've done successfully, exceeded expectations there. Number two was to lower prices, and there's a lot of work to do, in large part because of what's happened over the last few months in the Middle East. But as you said, oil, which got up to $120 a barrel, now is at $80 a barrel. That's going to be reflected in lower fuel, lower food, lower energy prices. But
well, so caveat to that, right? Which is that the Iran war has gone on for so long that it has reshaped the global logistical supply lines, right? Which means that prices aren't necessarily going to be quick to come down, especially not prices on things like food, right? Gas prices might react more to what's happening here, but it's very likely that the price hikes we have experienced in average everyday goods are not going to be so quick to come down, right? Because all of that profit gets now to be kept by the corporations who hike their prices on basic everyday goods. Yeah, prices experience what's known as like a certain stickiness, right? And so we have all of that, plus the fact that a lot of industries that relied on the material shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, it takes time to like get those factories and smelters back up and running again. You can't just flick a switch and have it all work perfectly again. You can't just, bring back all of the people who've been put out of work for months in order to like make the things flow again out of these factories. So when he's talking about like, oh, well, prices will now come down, I don't think they are. And I'm not entirely sold on the idea that consumer goods in particular are going to be cheaper come November, by and large. And what I find interesting about this is that I think that, like, by positioning JD Vance to do his book tour at this particular moment in time, there is an element here where I think they might be trying to throw JD Vance under the bus as if he's the guy who like made the deal, and like any of the ire around the Iran deal, I think the Trump administration is going to try and put on JD Vance's shoulders. I think he's going out there right now and he's going to take the absolute majority of the heat for anything that everyone is finding lacking in the deal. And we're going to talk about what is in that Iran deal, by the way, later on in tonight's show. But suffice it to say, in this particular moment, it amounts to a full surrender of the United States to Iran. It is arguably one of the greatest strategic defeats of the United States since Vietnam, and possibly going beyond that. Like it is bad for the United States.
There's a lot more work to do. The thing that I'm proudest about most, because as some of you may know, I grew up in one of these towns that was forgotten by the leaders in Washington of both parties, is that you're seeing, that's Middletown, Ohio. That's my hometown in southwestern Ohio. It was a proud steel town. I was raised by a grandfather who was a union steel worker, is that those jobs disappeared.
Oh man, like you can see it. You can see it in what he's doing right now. He's going out there and saying, like, hey, look at me. I'm a working class individual just like you. I grew up in a union steel town. And it's like, you literally hate unions. You would cut off your right arm if it meant like unions just ceased to exist. You'd pull some Full Metal Alchemist shit if it meant you could just end all unions.
Those factories closed down. The thing that I'm most excited about is you do see a large amount of capital investment coming into our country. Factories being built, construction jobs are way up, manufacturing jobs are starting to catch up. So there's a lot more work to do. I think that we're making progress, but ultimately we're going to make our pitch to the voters in November, and they're the ones who get to decide whether we've done a good job or not, and that's how they're going to vote.
Okay. Hell, I've personally saved multiple furniture factories. I bought massive numbers of them. and they were all sitting. I call them my girls. They're all sitting in a warehouse, just outside of the central DC area. And I visit them every so often, keep them from getting too dusty, if you know what I'm saying. And I'm just a simple country boy who loves himself a good couch, a good love seat.
Okay. So President Trump has called affordability a hoax.
God, if this ends with them giving him a new couch, that would be extraordinarily funny. More people should be taking the piss out of JD Vance like that. More people should, like, they should genuinely present him with a new presidential couch. It would, like, they wouldn't even have to make any jokes about it. Just the act of giving him a couch would be devastating. It would be, I think genuinely it could end his entire career. Right? It could genuinely just end his hope at running for president ever again.
He said that, not me.
Listen, Peter Thiel's doing his best pumping money into this guy. Well, the problem is Peter Thiel can pump all the money he wants into JD Vance, but JD Vance keeps pumping all that money directly into all his couches.
He's pouring money into this ballroom of his and the reflecting pool. Oh, don't forget the Arch de Trompe, I call it, and a White House cage match.
Girl, that was your best effort. Your best effort was like the Arch de Trompe. Liberals need better material.
All these things. Why is he doing them when you just, everybody knows that Americans are struggling? What is he spending all this money for?
Well, I got to defend the president on the hoax point. What the president said is the idea that Republicans caused the affordability problem is a hoax. And I think that's true. If you go back...
That's not what he said.
Jade's favorite upholstery color is Peter Thiel.
You know, we actually have some real testimony from one of JD Vance's couches, actually. And some people might not believe it, but sometimes you can actually, if you listen very closely, you can hear what different objects have to say about how they're treated by the people around them. And we were actually able to obtain this recording from his couch.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
It's true. It's true.
Back to the Biden administration, inflation got up to 9% under the Biden administration, okay? Right now it's at 3%.
Also, again, the inflation under the Biden administration was largely due to, again, COVID shit. It was still recovering from COVID. Like, that was why we had massive inflation.
0.5%. By the way, too high. We're doing everything that we can to bring it back down to 2.5%, which is where most people would like to see it. But we inherited an affordability problem. We're doing a lot to make it better. It's going to take a little bit of time. There's a lot more work to do. But the president knows that a lot of Americans are struggling. In fact, he ran on that. He talked about it. And we've done some things and made some good progress on that point.
Like what? Like what? What have you done to make things cheaper for the average American? Genuinely. Right? Like, I can't think of anything that the Trump administration did that helps average working Americans at all. Like, I can think maybe like I gotta be honest, any of the things that the Trump administration may have done are vastly outweighed by the massive spikes in prices to oil and diesel that then made everything else more expensive. Whatever the Trump administration has done, like the tariffs and then the Iran war completely wipes that out and has made it actively harder for people.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that he loves the fact that the inflation is going to come down when this war is over. That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
Oh my god, they are fucking railing him. Absolutely destroying him. Let's play the actual clip. Did he qualify it?
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it.
for
The numbers were
Republicans
great.
to try and hold
You know what I
on the House
really
and
love?
Senate?
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now. And I said, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of experts, like 25%. And it was worth it. To me, it was worth it, not to have a nuclear weapon. And the other thing is that oil would go to $250 a barrel. It's at 85.
Can you inflation to come down between now and
when the war is over?
Yes.
It's coming down.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it.
for
The
Republicans
numbers were
to
great.
try and
The numbers were great. No, they weren't. The numbers were very bad. The numbers were very bad. And JD Vance is desperately trying to spin it, but keep in mind, he's basically in a killing zone right now. And they're genuinely firing bullets at him here, like political bullets.
Wasn't it
That's
are you
not
his,
what he
wait,
said,
are you
but
his
that's
interpreter or are you his vice president? Come on.
Well,
Oh man, the fucking fake laughter. He's getting cooked.
Look. What the president said. People were asking about the inflation. They were asking about the affordability problem, which again is very real. And what he said is, "I love the inflation because it's going to come down when the war is over." And now, again, we already see gas.
He said that later. In fact, there is a fact check over on CNN already. What he said was he loves the fact that inflation is going to come down. We went back and reviewed Trump's full remarks from the event in which he said, "I love inflation." The video shows that Goldberg was correct. Trump didn't say what Vance said he claimed. Trump frequently delivers rambling, hard-to-parse remarks. You can just say incoherent. You can just say incoherent, actually. A reporter asked Trump if he's concerned about the inflation number that was released that morning and whether it could be a headwind. The Consumer Price Index report published that day for May showed prices has gone up 4.2% since May of 2025. Those are not good inflation numbers.
Gas prices today, $4.06 a gallon, too high, but way down from where they were just a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot we got to do, but I think that we're doing as much as we can.
Thanks,
we're going to keep on working at it. And again, the American people are going to make their verdict, but I think that we have a very credible case to run on, that we brought a lot of new investment. We're building the factories. That is going to pay serious dividends for the American.
I want JD Vance to list a single goddamn factory that's
what
getting
the
built.
president meant. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Why didn't he say that then? Why you filleting that idiot?
You look like a bitch.
It's true. It's true. But that's the thing, right? Donald Trump has reached a level of incoherence where basically any conservative, any MAGA person who watches it just projects what they want him to mean onto him. It's just nonsense. To be very clear, he's saying effectively nonsense vibes, but the vibes seem correct to Republicans, and then Republicans just will it to mean something even remotely sounding plausible. It's crazy. But Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Why didn't he say it then? Because he literally can't, because his brain is mush.
People over the long haul.
When?
Well, Joy, if you look at manufacturing jobs,
I just want JD Vance to list one factory that's actually getting built in the United States, because companies are not reshoring jobs. That's not happening with the policies the Trump administration has in place. People are just people are just eating the tariffs, and then the tariffs are being passed on to customers. That's it. That's all that's happening right now.
Okay.
Those jobs are increasing at a large number. Construction jobs are doing a little bit better. So what happens is the construction jobs to build the factories, and then the manufacturing workers go back to work. That also leads to rising wages. That's one of the things that I'm very proud of. Is if you look at the amount that wages are going up now compared to, say, 2022, they're going up way faster. That's a good thing. You know, the affordability problem. Again, gas, way too high right now. Certain things way too high. You know, rents have been either flat or down for 12 months now.
I don't think that's true at all. Wait a minute. How many factories have been reshored in the U.S. 2025? Do-do-do-do. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's see. Oh! Well, that's interesting. So, just as an FYI, here's from the IoT analytics. As far as hey, don't worry, guys. They're reshoring all of the factories. They're building so many more factories. Don't worry, guys. The jobs are going to come. I swear they're going to happen. Here's from the U.S. Census Bureau. Since Liberation Day tariffs, the amount of money spent on manufacturing has gone down by 16%. We aren't reshoring companies. We aren't reshoring factories. We're actively building fewer of them because of this. Also, manufacturing labor has declined by 1% since Liberation Day tariffs. Crazy. I live in one of the cheapest places in my city, and rent still goes up each time I renew my lease. Yeah. Like, I gotta be honest, I'm not sure where he's getting his data on rent going down. U.S. rent prices average by year. Let's just take a quick look. I want a nice little graph here. Do 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 do. Well, I think that JD Vance might be full of horse shit on this one. Here's NerdWallet. Rent still rising, still lagging behind inflation as gas prices spike. The latest Consumer Price Index report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics released on May 12th shows that in April, the shelter index, 3.3%, which includes rent, continues to lag behind the annual inflation rate of 3.8%. The disparity is due to the overwhelming spike in energy, plus 17.9%, specifically the gasoline index, up 28.4%, which is pushing up overall inflation. Cool stuff. Oh, it's worth noting that rent increases in the CPI look different from data reported by rental websites like Zillow and Redfin because there's a lag in how rent data is reflected in the CPI. That means it takes longer for rental shifts in the market to show up in the report. Cool stuff.
So there are things that are showing signs of life, things that are showing signs of progress. My view, I'm sure you guys don't agree with it, is that we inherited a mess and we're fixing it. But sometimes it takes a long time to fix a mess.
Sonny.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, according to a new report from the New York Times, you were the leading voice behind the scenes to release the Epstein files. And we...
Oh, fuck. This, by the way, again, this question comes days after the New York Times released an excerpt from an upcoming Maggie Haberman book that was so scarily accurate to Trump White House aides that they think there may have been a recording device somehow planted in the Situation Room of the White House, where apparently J.D. Vance led talks on how they were going to cover up for Donald Trump. And there's some choice quotes. J.D. Vance took a leading role in trying to cover up Trump's involvement in the Epstein files and how to properly spin it to the public. And what a devastating question to ask just days after that reporting.
I applaud you for that. And you warned top officials, including top DOJ officials, at strategy meetings taking place inside the Situation Room. We understand that there are tapes of those meetings, that this was a huge problem for the base.
Why my gas prices grow up? I don't know. Sounds like you're the kind of voter who doesn't really much care for people growing up. Kind of MAGA voter who actively roots for the president who's in the Epstein files.
The report says you even floated having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell to clear the president's name, but you were rebuffed by your people. Why?
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there...
Well, first of all, I would never be worried that my president is involved in the Epstein files, even though he's withholding millions of documents that are supposed to be released by now. So don't believe everything you read. Ha 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 ha.
There are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number one, I am, frankly, kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff, and that story says that that's one of the things that's true.
You're the fucking vice president. You are the one in charge of, like, conspiracy theories. What are you talking about? Like, you as vice president of the United States have clearance on par with the president. Like, you cannot be a conspiracy theorist while also having access to the actual information available at the highest levels of security. What are you talking about? I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist about what's really in the the JFK assassination files, says guy who's literally able to access any and all of the files. What are you talking about? I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist when it comes to the Epstein files. You, sir, you have access to all of the Epstein files. You literally could go and look at all of them right now. You could go and look at them and release them right now, as legally the federal government is supposed to do. But you don't. It begs the question, why?
Is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff.
Some people called me a conspiracy theory. That's not... People aren't calling you a conspiracy theory, man. They're calling you a couch fucker. Get it right.
And I love Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein
There you
stuff
go.
because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who is hanging out with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people like that.
Yeah, you know, you have this guy who's hanging out with a lot of wealthy and powerful people, and, you know, let me just look something up real quick. Epstein, Peter Thiel. Let's just take a look here. Here we go.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know
Trump has
been... He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter... I've never met Peter Thiel. And everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange. Like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah.
Yeah.
He looks under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir. Pallen. Tier. Palantir is Peter Thiel's company. And look out.
Palantir, Palantiel?
Yes.
How you write Thiel? Thiel?
Thiel.
Yeah. LLY.
No, Thiel.
Okay.
So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week. So I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you.
Okay.
He and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen Horowitz. Andreessen Horowitz, that's what they pay Larry $1 million a year. Just to advise them.
Andreas and?
Andreessen, Andreessen, and Horowitz.
And Howard?
Horo, Horowitz. Horowitz.
Ah, Horowitz.
Yes.
What they are? It's a lobbyist. What they are doing?
They are the biggest venture capital people in Silicon Valley.
What, bigger than Sequoia or Kleiner
These
Perkins?
these are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's Jeffrey Epstein chatting with Ehud Barak, talking about how he's going to go meet with Peter Thiel tomorrow, and how interested he is in Palantir, and how he should hook up Ehud Barak with, Mark Andreessen. Andreessen, by the way, and Peter Thiel being huge conservative billionaire backers of Donald Trump and Donald Trump's administration. And Peter Thiel, in particular, being a very close benefactor to J.D. Vance. In fact, a lot of people throughout J.D. Vance's entire career have called him J.D. Vance's, Peter Thiel's man in Congress and now in the White House. So this idea that I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist about Jeffrey Epstein. No, you're not. You take money directly from one of Jeffrey Epstein's associates, Peter Thiel. Your career is by and large a construct of one of Jeffrey Epstein's associates. You swim in a pool of money drained into you by Jeffrey Epstein's associates. This idea here that I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist. If you are indeed a conspiracy theorist, you are in on the conspiracy, my friend. You're one of the key pawns.
Really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there, but that really bothered me, and I wanted to have full transparency. What I disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, do I have to defend my boss? I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump.
Yeah, but also, we don't see all of the emails, do we?
I solved the clue mystery. It was Peter Thiel, on the island, with the massage table.
Whoa. You got it, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. It's, but the thing is, Donald Trump, you're gonna defend Donald Trump. Donald Trump is still sitting on millions of Epstein documents that should have been released to the public. You cannot defend him when he is deliberately withholding information and documents that he signed into law he needed to turn over to the public. You cannot defend him. I mean, frankly, the only way you can defend him, if you insist on doing so, is by essentially putting yourself in bed with a fucking alleged pedophile. It's truly disgusting stuff.
JD the Leaker.
Well, and Starch Manning, first of all, thank you for the $5 super chat, but also, I don't even know that I don't think JD Vance is leaking this stuff because it's all hugely damaging because it's associated with him and his run. My theory is that Marco Rubio is leaking all of this shit. Because Marco Rubio knows that whatever shit is leaked about Donald Trump, it sticks to JD Vance. And JD Vance is his primary rival, Marco Rubio's primary rival in a 2028 Republican primary matchup, right? This is, by the way, one of the reasons why I think one of the internal sources that is leaking like a sieve right now is Marco Rubio. And little micro Rubio indeed. But I think that's what's happening right now.
And that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police. That's one of the things that came out of these
files. They were best
files.
friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to...
Also, just real quick.
True. They all hate Trump. Maybe Susie?
I don't get the impression Susie Wiles is leaking. I think it's Marco Rubio and likely some of the aides around them as well. Like they're all the knives are officially out right now, you know? Maybe Susie Wiles.
Marco Rubio is the dirtiest job of all.
Mike Rao Rubio. That's fucking good, Sake. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Mike Rao, that's fucking great. Wordplay, I love it. But
give in to his pressure.
The defense that JD Vance is trying to run here. Oh, well, Trump called the authorities on Epstein. Trump did that years after knowing that Epstein was sexually assaulting children. For years. Epstein was an unofficial, unpaid member of Mar-a-Lago, instructed, and the staff were instructed to treat Epstein as a full member. For years. They went to the same parties. They knew the same women and girls. There are multiple eyewitness testimonies to both of them acting very, very weird around very young teens. This is, like, I gotta be honest. The idea to, like, well, eventually Trump called the FBI. Trump called the FBI after they had their falling out. After they were no longer besties.
Of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
that's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is, yes, Donald Trump, and he said this, he knew Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports the story.
He did not do this. Do.
Trump called the FBI after Epstein was poaching talent from him.
Yeah, that's literally what Donald Trump said. Here it is. He stole people who worked for me, which is not how I would term sexually assaulted children. And also, worth questioning, hey, Donald Trump, why did you have a 16-year-old working at your private club to provide massages for adults? Like, I don't know, seems kind of like you may have been on board with this entire endeavor. To me, this is far from exculpatory.
The fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits, they ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to JeffreyEpstein's downfall. To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you
And it
made,
was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
but the email says
And
actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other.
He's in a lot of
They were
pictures.
incredibly close friends.
he reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying. That is objective. That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think I would be if I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about did Donald Trump
Also, worth noting, if we want to take this at face value, let's take a look at what that phone call constituted, huh? Ex-police chief said Trump told him in 2006 everyone knew of Epstein's behavior. Oh, that's fascinating. This is from the BBC. A former Florida police chief said he received a call from Donald Trump in 2006 in which the now president told him everyone knows about Jeffrey Epstein's behavior, according to an FBI document released by the Justice Department. Now, what is interesting here, Trump says, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. That would also mean that Donald Trump had known for a while that everyone knows that Jeffrey Epstein has been doing this.
This feels more like heel value over face value.
Like, Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, but like, holy shit. I do not know how conservatives can justify supporting either of these two people. Right? Like, even with the story about, oh, he called a local police chief and talked about it, in that telling of the story, he is implying that he has known for quite some time as Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, the guy who partied with him more than any other, the guy who was talking about how they both love girls on the younger side. He knew. He fucking knew.
Release these files only under duress from Republicans. And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan? It was Republicans and Democrats.
But because the Republicans control the House and the Senate, particularly the Senate, you need the Republican sign-off. What the president did is, look, I will say this. Again, I was in there in the meetings. He was very frustrated that the Democrats were making this about him when he's like, look, I threw the guy out of my club. I am the guy who reported him to the police, or one of the people who reported him to the police. The president was frustrated about that, absolutely. But he eventually came to say, you know what? Let's just get everything out there. Let's have this out in the public. And he actually called the senators. I was there. He called the senators and said, you know what? Pass this bill, I'll sign it. And that was it.
Well, then let me follow up briefly. Let me follow up.
Yeah, and you know, nothing. No other conversations were had. It's just. You know, it's just, you know, it was a pretty clear-cut thing. No muss, no fuss about it. Ignore the fact that we had to go to the Situation Room, and I had to play damage control about it for quite some time.
Briefly.
Yes.
It sounds like you believed that there would be men in the files who would be held accountable. Rightfully so. And the American people are with you on this. Why haven't we seen the release of over 2.5 million additional Epstein file documents? It seems like you are someone that is on the right side of history on this.
So we have released, I think it's 6 million files or 6 million pages of documents. My understanding is the 2.5 million.
Also worth noting, you know, as long as we're taking a look at the Trump administration, that Howard Lutnick went and had dinner on Epstein's rape island with his children. Like, I don't know. Seems kind of weird for this guy who really hated Jeffrey Epstein to be surrounded by Jeffrey Epstein's associates and toadies.
I'm going to check on this to make sure, but my understanding is that a lot of those are duplicates of things
And
that have already been released.
Howard Lutnick lied about it to Congress under oath.
So then
We're not
release them,
holding.
but we're not gonna have any
We're
questions.
not holding anything back. Some of those things are like the courts have to order you to release them. So that was one thing that we confronted. You talk about these situation room meetings. Is there's a big bunch of files that existed, I think, in the Southern District of New York.
By the way, I love that JD Vance here is just talking about this like it's totally normal for them to go down and have a situation room meeting about a PR disaster, about how the president might be implicated in having sex with children. And JD Vance just completely downplays it like, oh no, you go down to the situation room and we just had a little chat about it. And it's like, that's not normal. The situation room is the most secure place on earth. It is the place you go when you need to talk about things of such extreme import and need of security that you want no one possibly listening into your conversation. Like, the reason you go down there is because you've got some serious shit that you need to talk about earnestly, openly, and could have sweeping ramifications if anyone ever gains wind that you've talked about it at all. And he's just kind of glossing over that, hoping nobody really reads into the implication of what he's saying.
Maybe it was some other jurisdiction, but we were like, we want to release these files, but you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files and the courts would say no. So those particular documents, I would need to actually know exactly what you're talking about.
3.5 million documents were released, and my understanding is 2.5 million have not been released.
Those may have been the ones that are under court seal. I don't know what the documents you're talking.
I'm sorry, none of them are under court seal. None of the documents anymore are under court seal. There are 2.5 million documents they have yet to release and are being held illegally with no explanation given as to why they have not yet been released.
But I'm telling you,
Let me go to break. Let me go to break.
God, it is truly wild here. But let's jump into another part of this interview. Because honestly, the fact that the ladies on The View are asking more important and more pointed questions than the vast majority of people in the media is frankly damning. It is damning that our entire political system has degenerated to a point where the ladies on The View are asking the pointed
Vance,
questions.
tell us about your great new book, The View, a mid-afternoon talk show for housewives. Why are you ruining the country with a pedo? State of American media folks.
Like, genuinely, like they aren't even, they are asking pointed questions, but they aren't being rude about it. They aren't being like combative about it. They're just asking good questions. Questions that more people in the mainstream media ought to have been asking for years now.
You come from a poor community.
Sure.
You know how hard it has been for people. Two things. You talk a lot about your Catholic faith, but the Catholic faith says we take in immigrants. We take in people who don't have or who are having a hard time. How do you justify both things?
So let me say first a couple things, Whoopi. So number one, the book is actually way less political than you might think if you were just watching this. Because obviously we're getting into the issues of the day.
Right.
95% of the book is really not about politics. I kind of have to write about politics because I'm the vice president, but I want to answer your question.
Right.
So fundamentally, if you think about what is immigration enforcement, immigration is law enforcement. It's somebody who has broken a law. A law enforcement officer has to show up and enforce that law.
Mm-hmm.
Now, inherently, sometimes that process is not always going to be pretty if you capture a video clip of it, in the same way that if you arrest somebody for...
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty, guys. It's not going to be like visually beautiful, but it's going to be ultimately the right thing to do. Anyway.
For the first time since celebrating his inaugural Mass, the American Pope from Chicago weighing in on U.S. politics. Pope Leo seeming to criticize the Trump administration over the president's immigration policies.
Someone who says that I'm against abortion, but I'm in agreement with the inhuman treatment of immigrants who are in the United States. I don't know if that's pro-life. So they're very complex issues. I don't know if anyone has all the truth on them. But I would ask first and foremost that there be greater respect for one another.
The rare remarks coming after his predecessor, Pope Francis, also slammed the president's crackdown on illegal immigration. Tonight, the White House pushing back on Pope Leo's comments.
You've been very open about your Catholic faith. How do you respond to that?
I would reject there is inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the United States under this administration. There was, however, significant inhumane treatment of illegal immigrants in the previous administration as they were being trafficked and raped and beaten, and in many cases killed.
Yeah, as we all know, the Trump administration's policies is very concerned with the mistreatment of undocumented immigrants, which is why, you know, so many people die in ICE custody. It's just, you know, they're so concerned. They get hugged to death in custody.
Over our United States southern border.
Pope Leo also said President Trump's rebranding of the Department of Defense to the Department of War was concerning. But he did show support for the president's proposed peace plan for Gaza, calling it realistic and saying he hoped it would be accepted.
Anyway, this is from last year. Let's check back in with Pope Leo. How are things going right now? This is from 4 days ago. All of us are migrants, Pope says in Canary Islands as Spain trip wraps up. Huh. All of us are migrants on the final day of a week-long visit to Spain focused on the plight of irregular immigrants, also known as undocumented immigrants. How strange. How bizarre. It's almost like J.D. Vance's position is not really compatible with the faith he professes to believe so deeply that he wrote an entire fucking book about it. Named, by the way, after a deeply religious Catholic act, communion.
Committing a violent or a nonviolent crime. Sometimes it's not always pretty. What I'm saying is the Catholic faith is actually I think it strikes the right balance here. It says, the Christian faith, I think this is true of Protestants and Catholics, that you can have borders.
Yeah.
You're allowed to enforce your borders. That means the law enforcement piece of it. But you also have to take certain precautions and certain care, okay? And again, you know, your argument is fundamentally...
And has the United States been doing that? Let's take a look at the for-profit ICE detention centers that are being built by for-profit companies, being given government contracts worth billions of dollars, sight unseen, who have then gone on to build torture camps in the middle of the Florida Everglades. Or let's check in with some of the other ICE containment facilities that were deliberately denied funding for immigration judges so as to be able to keep undocumented immigrants in custody indefinitely on the taxpayer dime as a gigantic handout to these for-profit corporations that run these prison facilities. Or let's take a look at the fact that many of these prison facilities were built with contracts in place to do forced labor for the people who are incarcerated within those facilities. So let's just summarize here. In the United States, we have set up a formalized system now where the U.S. government gives out taxpayer money to corporations who are then allowed to enslave the people who are being held without cause, without legal representation, indefinitely. That is the system that J.D. Vance is talking about being humane and not in conflict with his religious beliefs. Well, you just saw the Pope, the leader of his faith, explicitly say, that's not right.
Whoopi, you're saying that we don't strike the right balance. I disagree with you about how we apply that, but nobody hopefully is saying we're not allowed to have a border.
No,
what
sure.
I'm saying is that in order for us to actually enforce the law, you can't set a standard that says you're not allowed to deport anyone unless they've committed a violent crime. You've got to enforce.
The idea that that is what the standard is bizarre. Because that's not what the standard is.
the law equally
So
and
let me,
justly.
let me do my
You don't
follow-up.
have to.
He's fully constructed a straw man that no one, like, you know, I know that MAGA loves to pretend like all of these ladies are ultra leftists or whatever, but like none of them have made this claim. JD Vance just pulled an entire scarecrow out of his ass. It's crazy.
Let me
your
do
hand,
my
Joy.
follow-up.
Yes, I do.
Because you were talking about people. What did black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, you know, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of black heroes, how does that sit with you?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, let's be very clear. JD Vance is a white nationalist. One of the things you see, because there have now been multiple drops from this Maggie Haberman book that's coming, called, I think it's called Regime Change, by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Snow, rather. They also have a drop related to Iran, and also published by the New York Times. And in it, they talk about how JD Vance is maybe second only to Stephen Miller in terms of people who wanted, when they looked at Minneapolis and the protests that were going on here related to ICE, JD Vance was rapidly in favor of issuing the Insurrection Act by rolling that out and empowering the military to roll in and put down any protests, and up to and including killing American citizens on the street. Oh, was it Jonathan Swan? My bad. Thank you for the correction. Had to be epic. JD Vance, like we've known for a while now, you can look at his Twitter. He follows a shit ton of neo-Nazis. He follows a shit ton of white supremacists. Like, it's not, I'm not exaggerating here. Like, a lot of the guys he follows are genuinely indistinguishable from the KKK. And it is, I think, putting him a bit on the spot here to ask him, how do you justify removing Black history? Because, like, genuinely, he's just in favor of it on principle. On the principle of the thing, he is in favor of disempowering African Americans and empowering, you know, whiteness as he sees it.
What exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just
I'm talking
I know
about
Emmett Till was
I can tell you all the stuff. Yeah.
No, I want to know what she's.
You don't know what I'm
respond
talking
to your
about.
actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. You know, where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened. All kinds of stuff happened. And it seems that it has been very easy for this administration to remove that and also to denigrate.
As an example of what she's talking about, here's an NPR piece from 2 days ago. Fate of historic slavery exhibit targeted by Trump hangs in the balance. All right. Last week, a federal judge temporarily blocked his year-old executive order titled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History. It ordered the Interior Secretary to remove from national parks and historic sites content that inappropriately disparages Americans past or living. Months later, federal employees took crowbars and peeled away an exhibit about 9 African Americans President George Washington had enslaved at the nation's first executive mansion in Philadelphia. And this battle is still ongoing, right? This is part of what Whoopi Goldberg here is talking about. Like, and it's hardly, it's hardly limited to just this one. There has been an ongoing effort here. Center for American Progress, for example, brings this up. And let's just take a look here. The Trump administration continues to corrupt the public record and whitewash the history of this country through a multi-pronged strategy that includes purging diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, pushing for changes in school curricula, censoring museum exhibits. Let's take a look at what that one says. Let's see, White House announces comprehensive review of Smithsonian exhibitions. Let's see. Trump administration giving museums 120 days to replace divisive or ideologically driven language with unifying, historically accurate, constructive descriptions. Which, by the way, includes, again, the National Museum of African American History here in D.C. The review, which will begin with 8 of the Smithsonian's 21 museums, is the latest attempt by President Trump to try and impose his will on the Smithsonian, which has traditionally operated as an independent institution that regards itself outside the purview of the executive branch. And let's see here. In its letter, the White House says its review aims to ensure alignment with the president's directive to celebrate American exceptionalism, remove divisive or partisan narratives, and restore confidence in our shared cultural institutions. The goal is not to interfere with day-to-day operations.
Trump has as a pet, rat emoji.
Indeed, Tutti Sanctium. Goddamn. Thank you for the $50 dono. Very, very generous. I very much appreciate it. The goal is not to interfere with day-to-day operations of curators or staff, but rather to support a broader vision of excellence that highlights historically accurate, uplifting, and inclusive portrayals of America's heritage. News of the letter earlier reported by the Wall Street Journal, signed by Lindsay Halligan, a special assistant to the president. And yeah, let's take a look here. Yeah, again, it references restoring truth and sanity to American history. In the executive order, he claimed that the Smithsonian had come under the influence of a divisive, race-centered ideology, and it promoted narratives that portray American and Western values as inherently harmful and oppressive. And, yeah. Interestingly, the 8 that museums that the White House wants to review initially were the National Museum of American History, the National Museum of Natural History, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the National Museum of the American Indian, the National Air and Space Museum, the Smithsonian American Art Museum, and the National Portrait Gallery, and the Hirshhorn Museum and Sculpture Garden. And very interesting which exhibits got the most scrutiny there. Spoiler alert, it was the exhibits that had to do with slavery and African Americans. Not that difficult to figure out. And I don't know, seems really dishonest to try and dodge that question by basically saying, oh, no, he's not taking aim at any of these historical exhibits.
Black folks who have worked their behinds off to get this American dream. How do you, I mean, you know better.
So Sonny, that was actually a very helpful intervention, because I think the story you're talking about is where, allegedly the administration is holding back the appointments of people based on skin color. I've seen this story.
I'm talking about a host of things. I'm talking about Black history getting erased from public spaces. Black voter districts are being dismantled. Black leaders are being sidelined from our ranks. Where do Americans of color fit in this vision? Because it doesn't seem like we fit.
I think, Sonny, my view,
And if I may, since October of last year, there's been something like 6,668 refugees allowed into the country. All but 3 were white South Africans.
So first of all, I'm very skeptical of that number, because we have a lot of different immigration pathways in the United States.
That number is from the U.S. government. Like, The fact that he can't even admit what the U.S. government is doing, like, just be clear, the View ladies are right here. They are correct. Like an obscene percentage of the people who've been allowed to come into this country have been white South Africans, all of which is predicated on this racist idea that there is some kind of anti-white genocide happening in South Africa. An idea that is not substantiated in any way, shape, or form. It's pushed by racists in order to try and facilitate racial violence in South Africa.
When did The View become the most pointed news team these days?
Genuinely, it is a baffling state of affairs, isn't it, Anime Sidekick Gal? Thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated.
America. But let me just address Whoopi's point. Look, first of all, you asked the question, and maybe you don't believe this coming from me, but I think everybody is welcome in our political coalition. Frankly, even if you didn't vote for us, everybody is welcome in our country so long as you're an American citizen with the duties and the legal obligations and rights to be here. But what we
Everyone is welcome except for undocumented immigrants. Just want to remind you guys, being an undocumented immigrant is a civil offense, right? It is on par with getting a parking ticket. And the easiest solution is just have them pay a fine and document them. That's it. The same way when you get a parking ticket, you pay a fine and it gets documented. That's the only thing that's required in this case to fix our immigration system. That's it. That's all you got to do. Being here in an undocumented fashion, the only crime is the lack of documentation. We can far more easily fix a lack of documentation by issuing documentation. The same way if you lose your driver's license, we can just simply print out a new one and send it to you. It's way easier than forcing you to take an entire new driver's test to reaffirm your ability to drive. We could just send it to you again, redocument you. And so, like, and maybe you pay a fine because you lost it. Like, it's not difficult to do. Which is more difficult, chat? Holding people incarcerated for months, if not years at a time? Going through the expense of trying to catch them like they're fucking animals? And then getting them a plane ticket to another country? Or, and just hear me out here, issuing a bit of paper. Which of those two options is more expensive? Which of those options is less expensive and more humane? It's really not that difficult. It's very obviously just sending people a scrap of paper and charging them a fine. The same way an officer leaves a scrap of paper that charges you a fine on your car.
Bring back trombone champ. La 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 bomba. Fudge that fudge or vange.
No, trombone champ is only a December activity. I'm sorry, you will just have to wait. But thank you for the $5 super chat.
Let me just give you an example of this. Okay, so you say that we're anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Well, okay, fine. Fair.
Don't start any stuff
All
with
right,
me, man. Don't get me in trouble. Don't start no stuff with me. But
I love that he smiles and fake laughs as if he's in on the joke when he's very clearly not.
I misinterpreted your question, but let me answer your actual question there. What I'm saying,
expensive versus your children's safety. Hey, fun fact: undocumented immigrants commit less crimes in the United States than U.S. citizens. The idea that your children are more at risk around undocumented immigrants is simply not founded by any of the data. Your children are actually safer around undocumented immigrants, just as an FYI. It takes multiple generations within the United States for that level of criminality to reach the same level as native-born American citizens. So, just as an FYI, that argument is bullshit.
I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by share of population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders. We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
Why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about crime. This is about
women lost their jobs.
Rights. This is about human
Sonny,
rights.
What you're saying is
Black
we got to do more on the economy.
Black history has been
Sonny,
erased from public spaces.
Black history is not erased from public spaces. That is not.
They are literally taking down exhibits about Black history from public spaces. There's an executive order about it. How can you nod and be like, they're not doing that, when there's literally an executive order to make that happen? But also, let's just take a quick look, because I know some people were asking about undocumented immigrants and crime statistics. Here's from the American Immigration Council. The American Immigration Council compared crime data to demographic data from 1980 to 2022, the most recent data available. The data showed that as the immigrant share of the population grew, the crime rate declined. In 1980, immigrants made up 6.2% of the U.S. population, and the total crime rate was 5,900 crimes per 100,000 people. By 2022, the share of immigrants had more than doubled to 13.9%, while the total crime rate had dropped by 60.4% to 2,335 crimes per 100,000 people. Specifically, the violent crime rate fell by 34.5%, and the property crime rate fell by 63.3%, which is the opposite of what you would expect to find if more immigration meant more crime. Crazy.
On when we get back, there's some very important news to
I'm telling you, we celebrate Black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's true.
Now, I do want to also point out here, if you're like, well, I mean, that was only until 2022. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at this, for example. Now, this is a paper. Law-abiding immigrants, the incarceration gap between immigrants and the U.S. born from 1870 to 2020. Now, what this paper finds, published, by the way, in 2023 and revised in 2024, is that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes and to be incarcerated by about 60%. 60%. Like immigrants are 60% less likely to commit crimes compared to native-born people in the United States. And undocumented immigrants are 37.1% less likely to be convicted of a crime. That was done by the Cato Institute. These are not just isolated studies. These are the bulk of studies on criminality in both the documented and undocumented communities of immigrants. So this idea that, oh, well, you know, we just really care about safety. No, you don't. If you cared about safety, you would have actually looked this up. You would have actually given a shit. You would have actually looked up the numbers and realized, oh, wait, my position that I really care about safety and that's why I hate immigrants is actually the result of a bunch of fear-mongering from Fox News. But, you know, Republicans, MAGA, not very prone to reading and actually fact-checking their beliefs. But Jack, did you consider that racists don't care? Ah, I had considered it, and that does seem to be the case. We have one more part with JD Vance here. Let's check it out.
So, Mr. Vice President, in your new book, Communion, you write about your personal evolution with faith from evangelical to atheist to Catholic convert. And you also explain your evolution similarly on Trump, from calling him America's Hitler to America's best hope. Now, as someone who has admitted to chasing ambition, which you write about in the book, in the past, but now says your faith brought you back to your priorities, I have to kind of use your own words that sit with me from 2016.
Sure.
Fellow Christians, everyone is watching when we apologize for this man. Lord, help us. And I think about that all the time because as a fellow Christian, that is something that weighs on my heart as I watch this country and the leadership at the top, because it's also something I have to explain to my kids, which I know we also share, this idea that our greatest privilege and responsibility are these young people we're raising.
Of course.
So help me find the words to explain to my children what they're witnessing right now.
Well, you know, first of all, it's been well covered that I was a critic of Donald Trump back in 2015 and 2016. Now, obviously, I'm sitting here as the Vice President of the United States in the Trump administration.
Like, I want them to quote him to him. Like, you called Donald Trump Hitler. Like, J.D. Vance literally called Donald Trump Hitler in writing. It's on Twitter.
Well, Joy, a little humility, actually. I think that when you make predictions and those predictions turn out to be false, you got to ask yourself, well, what made me wrong about that? What did I not understand or not appreciate? For example, I said that Donald Trump's economic policies would not lead to wage growth. They did in the first term. That was actually a major, major thing. I said that we couldn't bring back any of those factory
But
jobs.
have we determined if their sexuality has led to increased potential crime rates? Hashtag be gay do crime.
Sake Tanuki, don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. They're gonna be like, ah, yes, LGBTQ people, the original mobsters.
Kind of had given into this idea that those jobs were disappearing, but actually Donald Trump, you saw a manufacturing boom during that administration. So there's a certain point. Let me just this question. So there's a certain point where you say, you know, I made predictions about this. I ended up being wrong. Yeah. And in politics and anything, I think it's important to just say, you know what, I got some things wrong. And I was wrong about him. He was a very successful president. It's one of the reasons why I've been so supportive of him.
But you go on in the book to explain that good policy was maybe one of your justifications, but the quote, and when you tweet...
But have you considered that all of Donald Trump's policies have been bad? How do you explain that?
...did that or X'd it was not about policy. It was what Christians were willing to excuse. And that's the part I can't get past. What are you willing to excuse in the name of power?
Well,
J.D. Vance will literally do whatever it takes for him to get more power. Like, that's the scariest part about him. Like, I think he's completely defanged by the fact that he has absolutely no charisma whatsoever. Like, he has no ability to actually connect with voters on a mass scale whatsoever. But, like, the scariest part about him is that he is willing to do literally absolutely anything in order to get power. Like, he's literally working with the guy he considered Hitler just a couple years ago.
I would say fundamentally that one of the things I underappreciated about Donald Trump...
How did he ever win Ohio? With a bunch of Peter Thiel's money.
...is that so many of the things that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility. Okay, so
Cedar's trees. Is that a reference to Sam Cedar? If not, that's fine. Do you think J.D. Vance or anyone else has the charisma or momentum to capture the MAGA base after Trump dies? No. There is no successor to the MAGA cult. Like, there isn't a cult leader to succeed Donald Trump. Like, no one else has his weird magnetism and the not recognizable flair or entertainment value to the MAGA base. No one else has that. There's a reason why midterm off-year elections go terribly for conservatives when Donald Trump is around, because they don't turn out to the polls unless Donald Trump is on the ballot. And so I think a huge existential sized problem for them is what happens in 2028. And I think that's why increasingly as we go forward, you're going to start seeing more and more Republicans in and throughout Congress freaking the fuck out. And I know that JD Vance and Marco Rubio are basically going to be the two guys duking it out in the primary for 2028. But I don't think either of them have the charisma to be able to replace Trump. Neither of them can do it. They have nothing to offer conservative voters anymore. There's nothing entertaining about either of them. They're both sullen, boring, abysmally risless fools. And that's a huge problem because while Donald Trump is stupid and a fool, he's also entertaining. There's an element of like a circus ringmaster to him where MAGA folks turn out and they're like, he's doing the bit. We love it when he does the bit. No one else has that. When JD Vance shows up on to different like talks, no one in MAGA gives a shit. And that's a big problem. When Marco Rubio shows up to give a talk at an event, nobody gives a shit except for politically brain-poisoned people like me who's like, I want to see how Marco Rubio gets treated in this situation and how JD Vance gets treated in this position. Like, if you're here and you're watching this, you are not indicative of where, even if you're watching this and you're MAGA, you are not indicative of how much other MAGA people are keyed into what is happening with MAGA. If you're here and you are a liberal or a leftist, which is far more likely, you are far more keyed in than your average liberal or leftist is to American politics at the moment. And I just, that's going to be a big problem when Donald Trump goes. There's no one else that is capable of picking up this flame. With one exception, which is maybe Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson might be able to do that, but so far hasn't really been taking moves that indicate to me that he is going to announce that he's running in the general, which is a bit of a relief. But if he does announce, that's the one person I would genuinely be worried about entering into the political sphere. So that's my take on it. You're so disgusting. Trust me, the disgust is mutual.
See Donald Trump, I see a clip of him, or I see not even a clip of him, but reporting about something that he said, and I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during the first term that I was wrong during the first campaign, is that I was led to believe by the stories. I read stories that said Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that. What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries, were releasing criminals into our country, including Mexico. By the way, that was objectively true. So it's not so much Christians.
Fidel Castro did that in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift. There have been many, many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence.
Oh, shit. I forgot that JD Vance worked for CNN. Oh my God, Jesus.
Of that. There is no evidence that Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel.
Wait, is it okay to ask why you're not afraid of Nick? Nick Fuentes does not have the kind of viewership or sway within the Republican Party proper to be able to do a damn thing.
Castro did do. This was made up. And we just
also, Nick Fuentes is a baby. I don't think he's even old enough to try to run.
Accept it without pushing back.
Anna, we know that there were people who were released from prisons who were encouraged to come into the United States.
It wasn't the Mariel, Mr. Vice President. It wasn't where it was like a purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I lived through that in Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Marielle, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those things were funded. They were in some ways supported by the government.
There was absolutely.
So I don't know how you define support or not support, but if people are encouraged to come into our country after having spent time in prison by their own governments, I think that's a problem.
Well, Vice President, can I just add one more thing? Because you do speak about immigration.
The vast majority of undocumented immigrants in this country are not former criminals. Like, that's not like this is already a lie.
At length in this book.
Sure.
And I believe as a
Yeah, like, again, we are literally seeing JD Vance right now fabricate the same caravan conspiracy that was pushed in the lead up to like the 2020 election and in the lead up to the 2016 election and in the lead up to the 2024 election. Every time an election is on the horizon, Republicans start talking about these caravans. They're coming into our country. They're sneaking in. And it's just like, okay. And yet, we aren't seeing these massive crime bumps that you would expect if all of these caravans were coming into the United States. It's weird, isn't it? None of the statistics, none of the data we get from actually incarcerated immigrants at all winds up validating what they're saying.
Christian, I can tell my kids why it's important to have borders. I get that. There are laws, there are resources, I get all that things. It's much harder to explain when I see someone dragged out of a house or wrongly taken to a thing that isn't a violent criminal. That is...
I do have to say, I love Vance's face right here. This is a top tier screen grab. He looks like he actually took damage. Like, which is the case. Like, I live in Minneapolis. When ICE was here in full force, there were masked men literally wandering around the streets, pulling people out of their houses, pulling grandparents out of their houses, leaving screaming, crying kids wailing on the sidewalk. There were like masked men who shot and killed people blocks away from where I live. Like, it was utter insanity on a day-to-day basis, on an hour-to-hour basis. There were attacks on the streets where these men would just randomly see somebody who was non-white and they would try and chase him down. They would shoot at him. They would like deploy chemical munitions at people that they or even businesses that they thought were just too resistant to them. There was on camera ICE agents who showed up at a local pizza shop that had given out free pizzas to undocumented immigrants who were hiding in their apartments. And on video, these ICE pigs ran up to the business to try and open the door and throw tear gas in there. They tried to gas an entire business. And luckily, they were so fucking stupid, they ran up to a very clearly locked door to try and open it. And when people started seeing what they were doing, they all started saying, hey, that's fucked up. And then those pigs got real fucking scared, jumped back into their car, and threw these gas canisters directly into the middle of a busy intersection where cars were trying to move back and forth, and they put the general public at risk. Like, that was happening on a near daily basis, and that's just one incident captured on camera. Not to mention what they did to Alex Preddy, not to mention what they did to Renee Good. Like, these are absolutely unforgivable. And the level, like, I know Minnesota and Minneapolis, we are known for being kind, we are known for being patient, we are known for being hospitable, possibly to a fault. But do not mistake that for weakness, because the level of rage and the memory of people here is quite fucking long. We will not forget what happened, and we will not be so easily subdued next time. And don't make no mistake, folks like JD Vance absolutely want there to be a next time. JD Vance wants there to be martial law, wants there to be blood in the streets, and wants there to be an honest-to-God fight. And he's going to look for it if he ever gets power. and still y'all didn't revolt. You let them get away with it. Hey, nothing's stopping you from throwing yourself on some kind of sacrificial altar for your crusade, okay? Literally nothing's stopping you. If you want to go and sacrifice yourself and commit suicide by cop, that is an option that is available to you. But, like, trying to find fault in the people of a city who are trying to keep themselves and their loved ones safe and their communities safe, that's something deeply fucked up and wrong with you. Okay? If you have a problem with the tactics taken here in Minneapolis and they weren't extreme enough for your tastes, you go do your own shit.
That is, it's a little more nuanced as a parent to try to say when someone's referred to as vermin or...
It's really fucking easy to say you should have died to ICE guns when you don't have kids, when you're not trying to keep your neighbors safe. It's really fucking easy to be real fucking edgy when it costs you nothing.
When I teach them in school about people that have done that before, but this...
Safe from what? Safe from fucking masked goons coming in, breaking down doors without a warrant, and stealing people away in the night. Fuck, we haven't even talked about, like, the Starlight tours that ICE would put people on. They would abduct people, sometimes full US citizens, who just were non-white. And when they found out, oh, you're a US citizen, they would drop them shivering in negative 40-degree cold in the middle of nowhere and basically say, good luck, and drive off and leave them to possibly die. People froze to death last winter because of that. People fucking died.
Is different. It's very hard as a parent and a Christian to say both things.
And you actually say in the book, you talk about this, you talk about this struggle, this internal struggle in the book, and you talk about moral trade-offs that result in favoring a strict migration policy without dehumanizing anyone. But listen, over 50 people have died in ICE custody. There are thousands of children, 6,200, that are being held in places like Dilley Detention Center. The people that have visited those detention centers, I don't know if you have, talk about the subhuman, infrahuman conditions, the lack of clean water, the lack of medical attention, the lack of education. I would urge you as a Christian and as a father.
Lol, making shit up, it's so bad. Literally, there had to be people placed outside of the Dilley detention facility in Minnesota because ICE was releasing people without winter clothing into sub-zero conditions. Shut the fuck up. I saw it with my own eyes. Like, get the fuck out of here.
To visit those detention centers where the children are being held and make sure that the conditions are up to the values that we hold in this country.
So you guys have thrown a lot at me, and I see we got 30 seconds left here. But let me say,
You're
number
the
one,
Vice President, you can go long.
I'd like to pick up on this theme because I think it's really important. We do have to strike a balance, of course, between enforcing our laws. We don't want to dehumanize people. That is the balance that, look, law enforcement, what I'd say about this, law enforcement is always inherently not a very pretty process, especially when you're dealing sometimes with violent people, with people who are resisting arrest. Some of the people that I've been told by the media were completely peaceful, had never violated any laws. You actually look into the record and you find out that those people were actually being violent, or they did have a criminal record. They had a sex trafficking conviction.
Don't have criminal records. So the majority of people that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families, they're separating families. They're using children as bait.
But
the majority are not criminals.
But can I respond to that, guys? Let me just say this. Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children?
Oh, here we go. Here's a piece from The Guardian. U.S. citizen says ICE forced him from his home without clothes in sub-freezing weather. This happened not infrequently. Yeah, Chung Lee Scott Thao. I was shaking. They didn't show any warrant. They just broke down the door. They pointed guns at my family. But no, of course, they only allow for the best and most humane of conditions, of course. Surely the federal government wouldn't do something wrong. I must lick their boots.
Who were sex trafficked by the cartels, who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions.
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point. Unless you enforce the border, you invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the report.
Literally, I knew so many people who are not white, who had to have their citizenship documents on them. Specifically, even if they were naturally born citizens of the United States, they got their birth certificates to carry around with them in case ICE stopped them, because that was happening so frequently. Indigenous people in the city were having to carry their tribal IDs on them. Because, again, anyone who was non-white was getting stopped by ICE. BS? Not BS. It's truth. I was there. Man, I was there.
Reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic people across our border. And by the way,
Please hold on.
I appreciate that.
God, it's truly deranged. It's truly fucking deranged. I just... Here's an interview with some protesters on the ground. This is from 5 months ago.
My name's Jack. We're just trying to help pick up some released detainees. You know, they're left out in the cold, and get them some supplies, get them home, whatever they need. So.
Cool, thank you.
It was nice to meet you down.
Do they come out here?
Yeah.
When they release them?
Yeah, we got, a whole little system. We're kind of got whatever you call these.
Do you know when they're going to let them out?
We don't know when. Yeah.
And they just they just walk out?
They just drop them out. I'm looking for somebody with a jail bag, and then we go and help out.
Do they even have it's freezing today?
What I'm told is they've been taken, no, they don't have the right clothes, so in some ways, ICE should be thanking us, because that's like another type of murder, throw them out in this weather, you don't last very long, so. But basically, I'm told they've been taking IDs if they're brown, and then also phones no matter what. So we try to get them burner phones, things like that, get them a ride, whatever they need. So
what do you think of these tactics?
It's just, it doesn't feel right, man. I don't even want to entertain an argument, It's just like, you think about these kind of two-way fetish people. Here's your moment. This isn't small government. I know that. So it's just hard to stomach. That's all.
Thank you for the work you're doing. How many people have you helped so far?
So this is my first day. I just started a new job. I get 2 days off a week, 2:30 to 11 p.m. So when I'm off, I'm going to be here. I just learned of this group that's kind of doing some meaningful stuff and do my part a little bit.
Why get involved?
This beautiful city. It's a beautiful country in a lot of ways, and I just don't see us staying that way unless people stand up.
Yeah. It's a cold day. You could be on your couch watching a football game, your feet up.
That's exactly what I'd be doing, to be honest. But it's who else is going to do it? At this point, it's not the police. We need the people.
What's your name again?
Jack.
Jack.
Yes.
Come here, brother.
Yes. I appreciate you.
That's what people need to do, man. You're amazing. That's what people do. Oh, this really upsets you. Why?
It's you don't want people to die. You don't want. That's a tough one for me. But it just seems so clear. It's not right. It used to be like, oh, you're going too far with these Nazi references. Now it's like, how do you not make those comparisons? I don't know. I used to try to stay away from that. It escalates things, but it's just a trip looking out here. I don't know how to take it in, stomach it, the whole deal. So.
Well, you're doing, but you have to be willing to sacrifice something, and you are.
Yes,
so keep
and your
Thank you.
reporting has a lot of meaning too. So.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate
God
it.
bless you. Thank
And this isn't an isolated incident. Here's another video. This is from 5 months ago of ICE releasing a protester from the Whipple building in sub-zero temperatures. That is below 0 degrees. So here you go. Yeah, he's not wearing cold weather gear at all. If there was no one there to pick him up, he would have died. Give me 1 second. I will be right back, folks. Gonna calm down a bit.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, hello. Where does Jack find such great music? That song was courtesy of Sweet Myths, and the previous two songs were courtesy of Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know, who, of course, makes quite a bit of the music we enjoy here for our very own show. It's very, it's great stuff. Sweet Myths, friend of the show, and Jazz
Have a
Dog,
little
also
chill
friend of the
out
show.
donation. I honestly don't understand how you put up with that.
Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $20 super chat. Yeah, you know, it's easier to put up with it when it's more abstract, when it doesn't hit quite so close to where I live, But it's difficult to abstract some of this shit, But now that I'm back, just as an FYI, the Starlight Tours thing is an ongoing issue, right? Like, for example, this is not just, isolated to Minnesota. It's not just isolated to, what was going on in Minneapolis during ICE occupation, right? Like, this is a pattern that ICE has adopted, largely seemingly based upon like the Canadian model from the RCMP, where they, typically with like indigenous folks, take them into custody and then drop them in the middle of nowhere. And like this has been an ongoing thing that ICE has been doing, not just in Minneapolis and not just in Minnesota, but elsewhere around the country as well. Like it isn't something I'm pulling out of my ass. This has been a recurring problem. So I just want y'all to know it's real. And when JD Vance goes to bat to try and whitewash these things as if, well, they're just not pretty. Like it's not just that it's not pretty. Right? It's cruel. It's killing people. And every single MAGA individual on the internet is totally okay with it. Until it starts happening to them and the people they care about. And by the way, it does start happening to them. It started happening to MAGA folks here in Minnesota, which is how you got Republicans, organizing alongside folks on the left when ICE started occupying Minneapolis. It's how you also start seeing MAGA resistance to ICE when ICE begins operating outside of the urban areas of a state. Because what happened here in Minnesota was once they met significant resistance in Minneapolis and the surrounding area, they started operating more and more in rural townships and areas. And what wound up happening is, surprise, surprise, they kept on pulling over American citizens who were just non-white. But in the middle of nowhere. And so suddenly people would just start going missing from tight-knit rural communities. And guess what? People fucking hate that. It doesn't matter if you're MAGA or if you are a liberal or if you're a socialist. It doesn't matter because people hate it when their neighbors start disappearing. So it's it is truly a problem, but like a lot of MAGA folks, they just won't recognize the problem until it starts affecting them. And that isn't unique to just ICE occupation. It happens when it comes to climate change. It happens when it comes to AI data centers. It happens when it comes to a lot of different things. But the only solution for the kind of predicament we found ourselves in as a country is to organize. It's to organize people of conscience, join your local Democratic Party, make it a party for the working class in this country. Kick out those people who've been bought by corporations, kick out those people who've been bought by lobbyists or foreign governments, kick those people out. Make the party actually work for working people. and join your local DSA. Make them more effective at organizing working people in your community. Make them more like the New York City DSA, that it can actually flex its organizing muscle and provide something of value to the political conversation in the local area, right? We can make that happen, but we need more people to actually give a shit and get involved. Because it's fairly easy to pretend to give a shit online. It's a lot harder to actually put that into action, right? So if you need help taking those first steps, if you need help figuring out where your local Democrats meet, where your local DSA meets, or don't really know how to get started with that, we can help you. Join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. They have years and years of experience pushing both DSA to be more effective as well as Democrats to be more progressive and pro-working class. It is incredible what a handful of dedicated individuals can do to unfuck our political system. But it does take effort, and it does take people showing up to goddamn meetings. And I know it's not sexy or flashy, but that is what it takes. So please do so if you are at all inclined. Give it a shot. It is worth trying. And if you would prefer to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, and want to get plugged directly into leftist campaigns across the country, consider joining Progressive Victory. There's a link to them down below, and you can help out in a wide variety of different campaigns everywhere. You know, you can phone bank for anybody. You can text bank for anybody. You can help do research for anybody. You can, actually make a really good go of changing our political system when you organize alongside like-minded people. So all of that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the hard-hitting journalism from The View and how it compares to the mainstream these days. And also, do consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Poof! We did it. We did it. Now, if any of you have been enjoying the show so far, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We got a little song to let you know what to do. And take a look at the likes real quick. Looks like we had around 400 people watching over on the YouTube, but we only have 235 likes. I think you guys can hit 300 likes. I believe in the ability of chat to hit 300 likes, okay? I think you guys can do it. I believe in the power of chat. And also, just want to say, shout out to Vertical Chat. Look at you guys go, 125 likes. You're giving Horizontal Chat a run for their money. It's actually quite impressive. So, I don't know. Hit the like button, and also, if you've gotten anything out of today's show, please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and also because we're almost at our sub goal. We're almost at our sub goal, and at which point we will be covering Dracula's Angel, which is a experience you might not want to miss, and you might not want to experience sober. But that's what we're going to be doing if we hit 500 subs. We do have a few other segments that we got to get through, of course, but we'll do what we can. A lot more slurs tonight than the previous two nights. Well, we do have 5 or 6 times the number of people who were here the last couple of nights, so it makes sense. We were sporting 300 chatters in Vertical Chat not too long ago. Do 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 do. All right. I forgot. There's a button I need to press too. Can I say a slur? No.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button.
Stop the stupidity! Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships! Let's go! Getting us over the line! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Thank you so goddamn much. There we go. If you say a slur, you'll get kicked out of her. It's true. Don't do it. Also, that means our next goal is now in play. That's right, folks. We're working our way up to some more What If alt history. And it is gonna be a time. Now, I do want to say, we are going to get to Dracula's Angel tonight. That is assured. And I do want you all to know, I do have whiskey for that, okay? But we do have to talk about Iran first, just because it is important news, and I'd be remiss not to talk about it. All right? So we are going to get there, I promise. Dracula's Angel, it's gonna be a time, all right? It's gonna be a time. The Rust Bard, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Look at us go. Can't get PayPal to work with YouTube, so small gift from bottom chat. The Rust Bard, look at you go. Representing vertical chat. Going above and beyond. Let's fucking go. Only because of capitalism do we have enough food to even begin to try and feed everyone in the first place? That's not true. Capitalism is what brought us, like, the Dust Bowl. The reason we have the ability to feed everyone is, frankly, sustainable practices that would not have been developed without regulation of the system. Which is, frankly, antithetical to capitalism. I don't know how I feel about being associated with Vert chat. Oh, were you not the bottom chat? You were merely YouTube chat, not just vertical chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the the association I have forced upon you. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever looked behind a grocery store in their dumpster, you'll find capitalism is not necessarily a terribly efficient system of food production. Let's see. How many chats are there? 4. I got all of them over on this screen over here. So if you ever see me looking intently in this direction, I'm looking at the chats. There are 4 chats! Alright. But which one is the coolest to join? It's the one on screen, riverboat.gg. It's right. This is the link to it right there. Is Vert the Pillow Princess chat? It does require the most aftercare. So maybe. We are the favorite child. It's true. I love all my chats equally. I don't care for that Vert chat. Taco Face Fart, thank you for the $2 super chat. All right. We're going to talk about the Iran deal. I also wanted to talk a bit about the Minnesota indictment. Maybe we'll talk more about that tomorrow when I am able to read some
Can't get
more
PayPal to
legal
work with
takes.
YouTube lol. So small gift from bottom chat.
Thank you, Russ Bard. Maybe I'll read more takes on the Minnesota indictments. Like I've already gotten too worked up about Minnesota and ICE. So we'll talk instead about Iran. And tomorrow I will get to the
Where is the top chat? Actually, I probably need to go get bottom chat in line. Pulls out an automatic flogger. Come here. Bottom.
Paladin, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. So it's difficult because vertical chat is also the bottommost chat on my screen as I'm monitoring the chat. So when someone says bottom chat, I just associate it with vertical chat. Twitch chat is Switch chat. That makes sense because it rhymes. All right. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to the Minnesota indictment story until tomorrow. Because it would require us to go through like the press conference, which we'll take a look at again tomorrow. But I'd like to read some more legal takes, and I would like to spend more time reading through the indictment itself. It's 94 pages. I got through like half of it, but I'd like to finish reading through it. So I think I will do that tomorrow. Logan Hill, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate it.
I can't see Switch chat on my Nintendo bottom too.
I don't know why that hit me in the funny bone the way it did. Oh god, any sneak peek? Okay, well, to give you guys just like the briefest of sneak peeks, the indictment itself for the Minnesota 15 is genuinely comically bad. Like it's genuinely just people talking in a chat. An unindicted co-conspirator texted Wagner, "I'm gonna be in a million pictures and I'm kinda not ready." Wagner responded, "That's okay, your voice carries. Be proud, baby. I'm proud of you. The others will find strength in what you do." The unindicted co-conspirator replied, "Did you hear me big? I got big with a guy in a plow, lol." Wagner texted, "I saw you front and center with your shield yelling and heard you when I was walking up." Like, it's just people, like, texting each other and being like, "You did good being loud at the protest." It's just like people, like, this indictment is a joke. It's gonna get thrown out. Like, 100%. There is nothing here that would at all justify what they've done with this indictment. And for example, one of the counts that they are being alleged against them, utilizing commuting tactics, which include identifying, following, surveilling, harassing, and confronting federal immigration enforcement with the goal of preventing, hindering, delaying, and impeding the enforcement of federal immigration law. Like, that's just using your freedom of movement to follow and record law enforcement, which is entirely legal. Like, it's just entirely legal. 2D Synctium, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Since we're all feeling charitable.
Look at us go. getting tried in Minneapolis, the feds are going to lose bad. Oh, they're going to lose so fucking bad. Like, I really, really, really want these people to get the like the grand jury testimony. Like, I want to see what was presented to the grand jury to get this indictment like handed down, because if it's anything like the what was it, the six, not the Central Park Six, what was the name? They had like a flashy name attached to them. The yeah, in Chicago, the Broadview Six. It's gonna go down exactly like the Broadview Six. I have no doubt that if they get the grand jury testimony in this, it's going to be comically malpractice. It was
Leslie
Broadview,
3.
yeah. Periwinkle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Wasn't it New York? No, it wasn't New York. The Central Park 5 is New York. The Broadview 6 is Chicago. Remember, that's Kat Abu Ghazaleh is in Chicago. But what I found funny here, let's see here. Is just some of these people have like 3 different aliases. Cameron Kennedy, aka Cam, aka Olive Knight, aka Knight. Kennedy. Callum Robinette, aka Juliet K, aka Juliet, aka Cal. And it's just like, okay, all right, you guys are not gonna do great here. The defendants were members and associates of the Twin Cities Direct Action, TCDA, which later changed its name to Direct Action Minnesota. Damn. And I do have to say, I give props to DAM. What a great acronym. What a great acronym. 10,000% support. An organization dedicated and committed to direct action against federal law and immigration enforcement. Direct action refers to disruptive and obstructive tactics used by participants to forcibly challenge, block, or stop immigration raids, detentions, and deportations. DAM describes itself as a decentralized coalition of working-class people engaged in various forms of community defense against the current federal occupation happening within the wider metro area and against state and far-right violence more broadly. DAM also trains its members in the use of shields against law enforcement, surveillance, event planning, role differentiation, and rapid mass mobilization against ICE enforcement actions. None of this is illegal. Like, it's not illegal to show up and film federal officers. It's not illegal to be trained how to use a shield to defend yourself. It's not illegal to, like, plan an event. It's not illegal to differentiate roles in an organization. It's not illegal to, like, film cops. That is, in fact, your legal right. It's been upheld time and time again. God. How about Carmelo? I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't Carmelo like a candy bar? They definitely, oh yeah, no, they definitely want it to be illegal, but you can want a lot of things. It doesn't make it so. How did the feds get the grand jury to indict? Did they mislead them massively? Well, that's what I suspect happened, Superjet Guy. We'd need to get the grand jury, like, testimony. All right. I think some people genuinely think it's illegal to like to film cops. It's not. All right. Let's cover Iran, and then we'll get to some of the fun content you've unlocked, huh? This stream sponsored by the Obama Foundation. Yep, 100%. We got all the sweet Obama money he got from Richard Branson and the jet ski. I have the jet ski in my garage. Richard Branson's own jet ski that he gave Obama. Obama already had 5 and was like, "Richard, you got to calm down on the jet skis." But he sent one to me. He even signed it. It's a signed Obama jet ski. It's true. This entire stream paid for by the Obamas. They saw me and they thought, "Oh my God, she's so cool. Time for us, Barack and Michelle Obama, to directly give to Riverboat Jack." Did you really meet Obama at your work? If so, that's very cool. I wish Soros paid as much as Obama. You know, I used to get those Soros checks too, but you know, the Obamas just kept sending bigger and bigger checks, and eventually Soros just couldn't compete. It's true. Oh, you meant Richard Branson. Gotcha. All right. I'll stop. I'll stop. No, I thought we were sponsored by Eugene Debs Foundation. No, we aren't sponsored by the Eugene Debs Foundation. We're sponsored directly by Eugene Debs himself. He never died. Common misconception.
Members of chat, it is officially that time. Please go to riverboat.gg/donate and send your Soros Obama bucks to Jack directly. If we don't meet quota, I'm going to call you racist again.
Oh no. What if all of the chatters are George Soros? What if just everyone in chat is George Soros? You've heard of dead internet theory, but have you heard of Soros internet theory? That's how you know we're operating on the next level, okay? Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. We are Soros, we are Legion. You know, the hit video game Saros was originally going to be called Soros, but it gave too much of the game away. All right, are you guys ready for the Iran segment? We got to talk about how the United States surrendered to Iran. Kind of a big deal, I guess. You can't say the system is what it is and then like acknowledge it like it's flawed and then just be like, well, nothing we could do about it. I don't know, we could improve the system somewhat. How many segments have I missed? We got stuck on the view segment for a very long time. I didn't think it would take us that long. Yes, we are ready. All right. Let's do it. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that the United States, there's no other way of really framing this. The United States has surrendered to Iran. Now, the Trump administration will not admit that the United States has surrendered to Iran, and most mainstream outlets aren't going to talk about how this is effectively a colossal defeat for the United States government. But the text of the Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and Iran has been leaked, and we now have the 14 points of the memorandum, courtesy of Bloomberg, right? And this is going to be formally signed on Friday of this week, or it's expected to be. which will then kick off a period of around 60 days for details like nuclear weapons to be ironed out, I guess, as well as sanctions to an extent. And just keep in mind, sanctions has a gigantic asterisk next to it, but we'll get to that in a bit. So what exactly? Yesterday I talked about the broad strokes of what is in the memorandum. Now we have the actual text. What is in it? Okay? So here are the points. Number 1, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States, together with their allies in the current war, declare upon the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, and undertake that from now on they will not launch any hostile action against each other and will refrain from the threat or use of force against each other. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article and the remaining articles. So essentially, this is a core component. The number one component of the deal is that the United States, along with its ally, Israel, when this document is signed, again, Israel is not signing this agreement. It's simply the United States and Iran. But Israel must, upon the signing of this document, withdraw from Lebanon and bring an end to the war, and cannot resume hostilities against Lebanon, right? That's effectively the core component of this. And this remains, to me, one of the most obvious sticking points, because Israel is deeply, deeply, deeply opposed to this particular point. And this, by the way, this leak follows earlier in the day today, Donald Trump refusing to show the full text of the Memorandum of Understanding to Benjamin Netanyahu. So, like the fact that this leaked after Donald Trump said, we're not going to show it to you, I think there is an understanding here that this is going to be completely unpalatable to Benjamin Netanyahu. Because keep in mind, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu needs this war in order for him to remain in power. And this represents a colossal threat to Israel, because it means that if they continue their aggression towards Lebanon, they lose the United States. And if they lose the United States, they lose the ability to engage in aggression against their neighbors without repercussion. And this is going to be maybe one of the parts where Benjamin Netanyahu sabotages this entire arrangement, right? And we'll be talking a little bit more about that in a moment, but we're going to go through all of the points of the memorandum first, okay? Point number 2. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. 3. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States undertake to negotiate and reach a final agreement within a maximum period of 60 days, extendable by mutual consent. 4. Immediately upon the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding, the United States lift the naval blockade and prevent any interference or obstruction against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and restore traffic within a maximum of 30 days to its full capacity. The traffic of ships shall be proportional to the pre-war volume of traffic on the part of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States also undertakes to withdraw its forces from the surrounding areas within 30 days after the final agreement. Now, what is interesting here is that this is entirely on the United States' part. Like, this is entirely saying the United States is going to lift the naval blockade, not the Islamic Republic of Iran, who has been choking the Strait of Hormuz, right? This is entirely leaving the Strait of Hormuz in Iran's hands. this is a colossal strategic defeat for the United States on this point alone, right? And like I'm a bit flabbergasted, to be honest. But let's continue because it gets worse. There are 14 points. We're only on point 4 with that one. Point 5. Upon the signing this memorandum of understanding, the Islamic Republic of Iran will immediately take steps to ensure the movement of merchant ships from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa is resumed within 30 days to the pre-war volume, taking into account the need for the removal of technical obstacles, like sea mines, and the neutralization of mines by Iran. Now, what's interesting here is that this leaves open the ability of Iran to charge fees and tolls. Nowhere in this is it like, oh, the free movement of merchant ships. Oh, no. Simply the movement of ships. Iran may very well, in this memorandum of understanding, have an agreement in place that allows them to formally charge tolls on the Strait of Hormuz. Where can you read the agreement? You can read it on Bloomberg. I'll even link it in chat here. There you go. They do not own the water. I mean, this effectively reads to me like a deed of ownership over the Strait of Hormuz. If you read between the lines here. Point 6. The United States undertakes, together with its regional partners, to create a comprehensive plan agreed upon by both parties for the rehabilitation and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion. The implementation mechanism of this plan, as part of the final agreement, will be formulated within 60 days. This is war reparations. We are paying almost the entirety of, like, Iran's GDP to Iran for the damage we have done to them. We have lost so sufficiently, we are paying them reparations. You have no facts? It's in the document, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You might not like reality, but I linked it for you to look at. You might not like it, but, like, Jesus, I'm not making this shit up. Point 7. The United States commits to ending, on a schedule to be agreed upon as part of the final agreement, all types of sanctions currently facing the Islamic Republic of Iran, including resolutions of the United Nations Security Council and the Board of Governors of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, both primary and secondary. Like, guys, they are just straight up committing, okay, we're going to remove all sanctions on you. We are going to pay you war reparations. We are going to give you control over the Strait of Hormuz. We are going to give you everything. I've never seen anything like this get strong-armed out of the United States like this. The document is paywalled. It's true. Though I'm sure some people in the audience are resourceful enough to unpaywall it. Point number 8. The Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates that it will never produce nuclear weapons. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States have agreed that the fate of enriched material and the fate of all other mutually agreed nuclear-related issues, including Iran's nuclear needs, will be adequately addressed in the final agreement. The final agreement will confirm the provisions of this article. So, just as a quick aside here, so far we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 out of the 8 points so far requiring finalization during this 60-day negotiation period. So, like, this is far from being sealed, and finished, by the way. Yeah, by the way, the 300 billion is on top of the 120 billion the United States has already spent on this insane, pointless military endeavor. Point 9. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States agree that pending a final agreement, that's now 6 points, they will maintain the status quo. Iran will maintain the status quo on its nuclear program, and the United States will not impose new sanctions on Iran or strengthen its forces in the region. Point number 10. The United States undertakes that immediately after the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding and until the date of the lifting of sanctions, the United States Treasury Department will issue waivers for exports of Iranian crude oil, petrochemical products, and their derivatives, and all related services, including banking, insurance, transportation, and the like. So, essentially, upon signing this, the United States is lifting as many sanctions as it can unilaterally lift on any oil exported out of Iran, and is also freeing up banking, insurance, and transportation services to Iran that have previously been cut out. How many billions? $300 billion in just the Reconstruction Fund alone. All right?
America is Trump's chop shop. It's violent QFC. UFC WWE weak men who pretend to be strong for those who are flimsy. They're not talking about women and trans or queer people. It's flimsy dudes with no spines. They are jellyfish.
No, like, that's entirely what it is. Fascists are fundamentally weak. 100% driver phone. And thank you for the $20 super chat. Fascism is a weak ideology for weak-minded people. It is for people who lack spines, like you observe. The reason people like that are drawn towards MMA in particular is because it makes them feel by proximity like they're big and tough. It's why Donald Trump likes MMA and likes wrestling, like WWE. Like, he feels like by associating himself with them, he's associating himself with an image of toughness, an image of masculinity. And he lacks any of that on his own, of course. You only have to look at him. You only have to listen to him to realize that. But, like, again, the proximity is an important component because it gives out the vibes of being a strong man, right? And the vibes for a fascist are all that matters. I just can't get over the point number 10, just immediately opening up banking, insurance, transportation, and all oil exports from Iran. But that's crazy to me. Anyway, this represents by the way, a huge threat to Israel. And I say that because Israel's hegemony in the region is dependent on them being one of the strongest and only allies in the region, right? However, if the United States here is giving $300 billion to rebuild Iran and also lifting all of these barriers that had previously been in place, it also opens the door for the United States to become closer with Iran in like a healthier geopolitical way. and escape from this kind of abusive relationship that bleeds out into the surrounding region between the United States and Israel. It's the last thing Israel wants to see is a normalized relations between Iran and the United States. And it's part of the reason why a lot of Israelis deeply hate news of this deal. Okay? And now we get to point number 11. The United States undertakes that, in light of the progress of negotiations towards a final agreement, that's now 7 points that are dependent on the final agreement, frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be released and made fully available. These funds, whether held in the master account or transferred, will be used for any final beneficiary payment determined by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran and will be fully available for use. The United States undertakes to issue all necessary permits and licenses on this basis. Now, how much money does Iran have tied up? Just out of curiosity here. Okay, according to the Wall Street Journal, the total amount is estimated to range from anywhere from $20 billion to $50 billion in frozen assets. So that's as of 2 hours ago from the Wall Street Journal. So if we take into account the full amount of money that is being put at Iran's disposal here by the United States alone, we're talking like $350 billion. Like again, I want to remind you all, the GDP of Iran, let's get the exact number. From World Bank Open Data. Let's throw that up on screen real quick. Their current GDP, or at least as of 2024, was $475.25 billion. We are talking about an amount of money that rivals the entire economic output of Iran over the course of like 10 months. Like, this is that is a very substantial amount of money. Now, let's take a look here at the remaining points. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States agree that an implementation mechanism will be established to oversee the successful implementation and future commitment to the final agreement. 13. Following the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding and upon receipt of assurances regarding the commencement of implementation of Articles 4, 5, 10, and 11 of this Memorandum of Understanding and the continued implementation of these steps, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States will enter into negotiations for a final agreement solely with respect to the remaining articles. 14. The final agreement will be approved through a binding resolution of the UN Security Council. So that's that's where we're at with this agreement. And this does seem to be where this is all going. This has been confirmed not just by Bloomberg, by the way. It was also confirmed by another outlet, though I'm forgetting at the moment which one. So that's what we're looking at. To really boil it down, we're looking at a complete withdrawal of U.S. troops. We are looking at the continued ability of Iran to control the Strait of Hormuz. We are looking at the ending of all sanctions on Iran. We are looking at frankly, the ending of all frozen assets for the state of Iran. We are looking at a colossal reparations fund for Iran. And the United States, in exchange for all of this, effectively gets nothing. We get global humiliation. We get hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars sent to Iran. And that's it. Like, this is genuinely a colossal defeat. Like, I'm not kidding when I describe this as the United States surrendering to Iran. Does any of this benefit the citizens of Iran? I mean, I'm assuming the hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be used to rebuild the destroyed portions of Iran. So to an extent, functional infrastructure is probably a huge win. But like, thank you for the $2 super chat, driver phone. This is global humiliation, and it will embolden other actors around the world. Like, you could consider this a downgrade of the American state from a superpower to merely a regional power. And, like, I'm not saying that's even necessarily a bad thing, but this is a definitive loss for the United States. This might be the biggest loss for the United States since 1812. Like, and this will have lingering consequences both domestically and internationally for decades to come. And like, it's really difficult to overstate the impact that this is going to have going forward. The death knell of the post-Cold War empire. Yeah, I've been seeing historians compare it to when the British tried to reassert their control over the Suez Canal during the Suez Canal crisis. And like, their failure was effectively the end of the British ability to project power across the world. It was, to a degree, an end of the British Empire. And we're witnessing that for the US right now. And however you feel about it, this is hundreds of billions of dollars that could have been used to make your kid's school better. That could have been used to make your local hospital better. That could have been used to invent new and crazy technologies to keep us alive longer, to better our lives, to improve the quality of the lives we live here. And instead it was used to kill children in another country, and ultimately we got nothing for that. It's more of a Vietnam situation. The reason I say it's a bigger deal than Vietnam is because Vietnam didn't mean we lost the Cold War. Vietnam didn't end American empire. Vietnam wasn't like unimportant. It's a very, very important historical event. But in terms of what it meant for America and Americans, like, there's a reason why Vietnam veterans in the United States felt like forgotten by the system. And it's because people in America forgot the Vietnam War. This isn't ending American empire either, it's just weakening it. No, this is like, it much like the Suez Canal crisis for the British didn't end the British Empire, but heralded the decline of the British Empire, which ultimately ended. Like, that's what's happening here. History has repeated. It has rhymed. It is also interesting to see some of the reports coming out of Israel. This is a report, take with a grain of salt, from Israel Hayom, right? Now, they claim to have a source within the Trump administration. Trump weighs purge of Iran deal opponents in his administration. The U.S. president is considering firing senior officials who opposed a nuclear agreement with Iran, among them War Secretary Pete Hegseth and CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Now, the source apparently talked to Israel Hayom 2 days ago. And what was described essentially goes, the debate has been settled. Anyone who opposed it could pay a personal price, a senior U.S. source told Israel Hayom 2 days ago, describing what was taking place behind the scenes of the White House discussions on Iran. The person who, for the time being, appears to be enjoying immunity is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Keep in mind, as all of this plays out in the coming days, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance have knives out for each other because they're both trying to position themselves as the competent one for a 2028 run for the presidency, right? They're starting to, pull out the knives for each other. And it would not surprise me if the source for this story was Marco Rubio. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. Several weeks ago, Israel Hayom reported on a tense conversation in which a heated argument broke out among some of those involved, including between Vice President J.D. Vance and the president. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, who are managing the negotiations with Iran, support a deal with the regime, in part because of the assessment that the regime will not fall within a reasonable time frame, and also because of pressure from some of the Gulf states, led by Qatar. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and War Secretary Pete Hegseth, with the help of several senior officials at the Pentagon and the State Department, presented an assessment that the Iranian regime was dying because of economic pressure, and that intensifying that pressure was the right way to secure its surrender, or alternatively, its collapse. Last week, a pointed conversation was held in which the decision was made, and the U.S. president made a final decision to move forward with the Memorandum of Understanding. A demand by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent not to lift the sanctions, since reinstating them would be extremely difficult, changed the terms only slightly, and the sanctions are expected to be lifted, at least in part, during the full opening of the Strait of Hormuz, meaning without any meaningful Iranian concession. The president accepted the position of his two envoys and his deputy on the Israeli issue as well, although Vice President Vance stated in White House briefings that Israel's right to defend itself would be preserved every time Israel attacks in Lebanon, and during the strike in Iran last week as well. He demanded that the president stop Netanyahu and accused the prime minister of deliberately trying to torpedo the emerging agreement, which, to be fair, is correct. That is what is happening here. So there is clearly some kind of positioning going on within the Trump administration here. And again, as we move forward, earlier today, again, after the signing of this memorandum, Israel bombed Lebanon again. And Iran, 4 hours ago, put out a statement effectively saying that, again, you need to end the war in Lebanon if this is going to proceed any further. And I have every reason to believe that Donald Trump is highly incentivized to get beyond this, because he's already putting out statements that he wants to put the war behind him. I think Donald Trump might actually be done with this particular adventure. But Israel, however, is going to continue escalating however it can. And what we've seen today is pretty heinous, which is Cabinet Secretary Bezalel Smotrich has effectively revoked the ability of Palestinians in Hebron to issue any kind of zoning for new buildings, and given it over entirely to the Israeli military. And this is largely a product that will allow the Israeli military to dictate how the largest city in the occupied West Bank is actually governed and actually functions, right? Smotrich put out this statement saying, yesterday we canceled the Hebron agreements, yeah, it's beyond that, no change has occurred. Now, the Palestinian Authority has put out a statement saying such unilateral measures are unacceptable and constitute a violation of the agreements signed by the Israeli side, as well as international law. And basically saying, stop this most dangerous step. And the mayor of Hebron said that this basically the agreements as they previously existed were the political framework governing Hebron's administrative, security, and service arrangements, and that any modification like this amounts to a serious breach with far-reaching consequences. I would describe this as effectively a power grab that means effectively you have a mayor in name alone. You have Palestinian leadership within the city in name alone. Instead, the real power now is Israel. Israel is now effectively seizing the largest Palestinian city in the West Bank. So all of this is happening among a massive surge in land grabs, a massive surge in settlement expansion. There are currently ongoing pogroms against Palestinians at the hands of settlers and the Israeli military within the occupied territories. It is truly catastrophic. And actions like this, while the occupied West Bank is not included in the memorandum of understanding in any way, shape, or form, what's happening here is, I mean, it's a provocation, for sure. And I wanted to play this clip because we're not done with J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance also appeared on The Five today on Fox News, and Jessica Tarlov, bless her heart, doing her best on there, really did hold his feet to the fire just a little bit. Let's take a look.
You know, there's been leaked versions of this MOU, not just in the Iranian press, in the Saudi press, the Pakistani press. The American press has gotten their hands on some details as well. You know, the Wall Street Journal has it that Iran can immediately sell oil and that they're going to get some sanctions relief right off the bat. That was...
Oh, let me just respond to a comment real quick from the vertical chat. Love how if this person walked into the West Bank or Iran would be killed. I personally love how much conservatives love to observe where and when I could get killed. It's super cool, because I gotta be honest, I'm not that worried about being killed by Iran's security state. I'm not that worried about being killed by anyone in Gaza. But I am worried about being targeted for violence by people like you, who just simply seem to get off on the idea of violence towards LGBTQ people. Because, you know, I never hear Muslim people in the United States threaten to throw me off a building. I never hear Palestinians in the United States threaten to throw me off a building. But goddamn, do white MAGA conservatives love threatening to throw queer people off of buildings. They love talking about, oh, those people, they'd love to throw you off of buildings. Why are you getting off on the violence, Chief? Why does that seem to be the only thing that, gets you hard? It's weird. It's weird and grotesque. And I truly wish one day some of you folks could, wake up and look in the mirror and realize the kind of monsters you are for finding perverse joy in that idea. And I know many of you would just be like, well, no. We obviously we don't want gay people thrown off of buildings. But you guys realize there are tons of people like you who do want that. Y'all are part of a political movement dedicated to wiping out the ability of LGBTQ people to exist in public. Y'all want to pass laws to remove LGBTQ people from your site. You are so insecure and you hate people like me so much that you want to make it illegal for me to exist. Because ultimately, when we really get down to it, the dominant force in American politics that wants to make it a crime punishable by death to be gay are MAGA conservatives. Y'all are the ones actively pushing towards that. So, like, don't come to me and be like, well, in another country, they do something bad to you. Y'all want that to be here. Like, literally, there was a guy in my comments on a video about Michael Knowles talking about LGBTQ puppets. Talking about how tired he was of having to see gay people. On a video about LGBTQ puppets. And about how he wanted to go back to the 1960s when nobody talked about that stuff and gay people didn't exist. And like, queer people existed back then too. Y'all just want to use the power of the state to violently oppress us until we're no longer visible to you. And I would hazard a guess that might include throwing us off of buildings. So, I don't know. Just kind of seems like something that you're a little bit too happy about every time you bring it up.
Something that we heard was not going to happen. So they have an incentive to get this going by Friday, and there's going to be money changing hands. In the copies of the MOU that we've seen, again, leaked, we have this $300 billion fund. And I saw you last night, you were with...
Yeah, I have met a lot of Muslim people in the United States. Not a single fucking one of them has ever threatened me. I cannot say the same for the Christian folks I've met. I cannot say the same for the MAGA folks I've met. Most MAGA folks that come into my videos and come into my comments talk about wanting to make me not exist in some kind of way. And I think it's telling about the kind of people they are and the kind of people that this political movement actually spawns.
Sean talking about it, he said, well, it's not our money. It's, Gulf nation money, our partners' money, but that's still a $300 billion payday, and that's something that they desperately want to have. The punting on the nuclear program for the 60-day negotiation, that's the real tough stuff of this, right? Like, that's the meat of what we really need to get done. And you say the JCPOA, didn't have anything about that. It's in the preamble of the JCPOA that Iran will cease all efforts to have a nuclear weapon and enrichment.
Yeah, also the JCPOA literally had the International Atomic Energy Commission coming in and providing inspections on a routine basis to make sure enrichment could not occur over a certain threshold. And Iran never did. The only times they were in violation of the JCPOA ever were 2 times. And both times it was for having slightly too much heavy water. Because they were allowed to have 5,000 gallons and they had 5,001 gallons. It was a very easy mistake to make. And then they just shipped some of the water to a different country. It wasn't a big violation whatsoever.
It will be held at about 3%.
Well, they can't enrich now because they
happened.
can't get the dust, Jessica.
Also,
Barack Obama never buried it.
Well, the vice president is here. Don't interrupt me, and then it'll be over really fast.
Okay. I wasn't interrupting him. I was interrupting you.
I meant me. Be polite for our guest.
Okay, I'll try my best.
And, people who are disappointed with this deal, and it's not just Democrats, it's the whole spectrum of Republicans from, MAGA America First Republicans to...
Nick Fuentes sends his regards. Oh, thanks for promoting my stream, I guess. It gets more eyeballs on me. And also, I don't know. I hope the next time Nick answers the door, he doesn't just randomly assault somebody. It was pretty freakish and weird behavior from him. But maybe it'd be a different response if a twink was knocking on his door, huh?
Traditional neocon Republicans who are concerned that it doesn't actually get rid of this ballistic missile program, the proxy forces, the regime change, which were the initial promises of this war. And I think also that big Axios report last night was meaningful, where they said that CIA Director Ratcliffe, Rubio, and Hegseth, based on American intelligence, were doubting the kind of results they thought we could get out of this deal.
Yeah, so just
it's pretty rich to come into my stream and dunk on me for being what you think is a femboy when, like, you're clearly coming from Nick Fuentes' camp, and let's be real, Nick Fuentes loves femboys more than he loves most types of people. It's like the one group of people he doesn't want to wipe out, you know what I'm saying?
Completely address a couple things, because I think you're making the same mistake, unfortunately, that a lot of the Iranian propagandists make when they talk about this,
Like
which
the
is
Wall Street Journal?
they talk about the benefits to the Iranians without any of the things the Iranians would have to give up and have to change in order to get those benefits. So you mentioned a $300 billion fund. I got to be very clear about this. Not a single cent of American money under any circumstance, no matter what the Iranians do, goes to Iran. Not a single cent of
But
American
they get
money.
other money.
Here's
Not a single cent of American money, except the $300 billion that the Memorandum of Understanding promises that America will pay them. Like, it's crazy to me that he's like, well, you know, it's not the 300 billion isn't going to come from America.
Hey, Chuds. As a pan-trans woman, I care about the Palestinian people because no one deserves to be a victim of genocide.
True.
Free Palestine.
Also true. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, comrade girl. Appreciate it.
What this says. This says, for example, let's say that the United Arab Emirates, who have been a great ally, let's say they want to invest in a power plant in Iran.
I honestly believe the Groypers hope you're a femboy in the delusion that you might somebody be seduced and give their god king.
Ugh.
The pegging he truly desires.
Ugh, gross. Let's not speak that into any reality. Gross.
Iran. What this deal provides is that if the Iranians have done everything we require them to do, then we will allow the United Arab Emirates to do that. Because they can't do that right now without American approval.
That's not included, right? Like, the reconstruction plan in the Memorandum of Understanding requires $300 billion from America. It isn't $300 billion from other countries who are not party to the Memorandum of Understanding. It's $300 billion from America. And $300 billion in addition to sanctions relief. Exactly, Petra Karoma. Like, what's happening here... What's happening here is, frankly, just lies, I guess? Like, JD Vance is just straight up lying. And alternatively, and this I think might be the funniest possible option, is that the Trump administration is lying about the Memorandum of Understanding. And what I mean by that is the Trump administration thinks that they can get away with doing lies in the Memorandum of Understanding itself to Iran. Because some of what has been communicated prior to the actual text leaking is effectively the idea that if you do see the text floating around, you shouldn't trust it because, trust us, bro, we got back channel negotiations that have happened. We have certain back channel guarantees from Iran that we are going to get more out of this deal than you initially meets the eye. And that's just... there's no reason for us to believe that. There's no reason to believe that whatsoever.
So we're fundamentally saying if the Iranians transform how they interact with the world, we will transform how the world economy interacts with Iran. But if they don't do any of that stuff, they don't get any of these benefits. So I think
So, like, just in case you guys are trying to wonder at what I was talking about, where's my citation for this? It would be here. From CNN, U.S. officials downplay text of the Iran agreement, saying it doesn't account for back-channel commitments. And the officials described the text of the agreement as incredibly vague, mainly intended to create a more favorable environment for the highly technical in-person talks to come. They added that the framework is aimed at providing Iran the ability to sell it politically to their internal audience. Additionally, the officials said that the text of the Memorandum of Understanding, which Vice President J.D. Vance told CNN Monday is 1.5 pages long, didn't reflect critical back-channel commitments Iran had made to the United States, which they argued gave them more confidence in signing on the agreement. People shouldn't read too much into the language of the MOU. It's a political document, which seems to me like an argument that you're just telling lies. Either you're saying it's just lies so that you can pull a fast one on Iran, or you're saying it's just lies so you can sell this to the American people and, you know, dipshit MAGA folks can pretend like, no, don't worry, there's totally a secret deal. We just don't know it. We've got the high level ideas over on the MAGA side, right, guys? My name's Dave Rubin. Like, it's truly some horse shit. But the Memorandum of Understanding that we went over is the real deal. It's been reported by multiple outlets now, confirmed, and well, it's kind of put JD Vance in a tough spot, because as he's doing his book tour, he has to keep on defending the Memorandum of Understanding now, and it's really fucked him and his book over. Here he is on Megyn Kelly.
Let's talk about what happened to the GOP base as a result of all this.
Okay.
Because it's divided. I know you've experienced it yourself. I've experienced it too. It's been sort of a sad, tumultuous, stressful time.
Sure.
It's much more fun, I think, for most of us who lean right or are right-leaning independents to be fighting with the left. But it's been kind of civil war-y over on the conservative teams since this whole thing got launched.
Yep.
And I love this because it puts JD Vance in a really terrible position, right? Because on the one hand, JD Vance needs to keep the MAGA coalition together if he wants to have any chance of winning in 2028, right? But on the other hand, he knows that he can't satisfy both sides. Either he is going to have to ally himself with the Christian nationalist contingent that is developing a hatred for Israel, or he's going to have to ally himself with the Ben Shapiro pro-Israel MAGA side, which is made up of, you know, a mix of evangelicals and other folks who want to, you know, fulfill a prophecy to bring about the end of the world. And this is a schism that is not going to go away and can't really be papered over too much at the moment. Really what's keeping them together now is Donald Trump, is that cult of personality, and is, you know, the perceived end and winding down of this conflict in MAGA circles. If this conflict heats up again, and if, you know, this schism deepens as Trump increasingly is out the door, JD Vance is not in a good spot.
The non-interventionalist right feels very betrayed by it. Whether
Christian nationalist means what? It means someone who wants, you know, Christianity to be the law of the land in the United
telling
States.
Slow guys they don't need to read over you. A star like the sun in the middle of the earth molts and keep burning and spotlighting till that rive boat on lava.
Indeed. I'm not sure entirely what all that meant, but thank you for the $10 super chat.
you agree with that they've been betrayed or not, Mr. Vice President, what do you say to those people?
Well, what I'd say to them is one, I think you can walk through all the ways in which this has led to a good place for the United States of America, and I'd ask them not to...
I want to really reiterate to you folks that we went through every point in the Memorandum of Understanding, and the United States literally got jack shit out of it.
Sort of view this purely through the filter. I know, a lot of these folks are frustrated with the role that Israel has in all this. We can talk about that, but don't look at it from the lens of, what is it that different people think about it? What do you think about it? What, fundamentally, do
They're
you think...
against it. I've talked to a lot of them.
But I'm saying, ask yourself, I think you can make...
Wait, did I forget that AOC exists and is very popular? No, I was talking about the primary in 2028. If he wants to have any hope at all, he's got to be able to make it through the primary, and he can do that by keeping MAGA unified. But also, MAGA is going to be deeply weakened by the departure of Donald Trump.
The best argument that...
Not you at Chatter? Oh, gotcha.
The nuclear program is destroyed. The Iranian conventional military is destroyed. We had, yes, a temporary rise in energy prices that's already coming down substantially. And
did I know that Cenk Uygur was is it Uyghur or Uyghur? Did I know that Cenk was Hassan's uncle? You bet I did.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Fucking sellout.
We didn't get, as I said repeatedly, we were never going to get the quagmire that a lot of people were warning about because Donald Trump is just not George W. Bush. So I would say the first argument I'd make is look at where we are right now. And I think you can make the best argument that where we are right now is a good place for the United States of America. And again, if we transform the Middle East,
what else
this was fundamentally worth it. Okay, the second argument I'd make, this is
Megyn Kelly's sitting there like, that's not enough. Next.
Maybe is this. Even if you disagree with this particular action, it's completely ridiculous to pick up your marbles and go home. That's not how politics works. And I've been very much on the inside of a lot of these debates and conversations. You know, some people have criticized our immigration policy. Some people have criticized tax policy, or some people have criticized foreign policy. The way that politics works is that you have to stay engaged in the process. You absolutely have to make your voice.
Funny liberals think after Trump leaves, Vance won't get the same votes. He's not going to get the same votes. Like, I gotta be honest, y'all don't give a shit when he shows up to talk. Like, it's comical, the crowds he draws as vice president. And also, again, y'all are never going to ever live this fucking down.
It's couch fucker. You gonna fuck a couch, buddy? Right here. Do not go past the couch. This is vice president. Go fuck the couch. Go fuck the couch, JD Vance. Go fuck the couch.
Like, dude has a level of charisma that genuinely makes people think, yeah, he is the kind of guy who would fuck a couch. Like, he can't even walk into a fucking Shake Shack without getting heckled. Like, I'm sorry. He can't fucking order donuts like a normal human being. He can't do it. He's incapable of coming across like a normal, relatable human that you could, like, get a beer with. And, like, frankly, the vibes are the only thing that Republicans have going for them. Y'all don't care about policy. Y'all don't care about actual effects on you or your neighbors. You don't care. What you care about is the vibes, and his vibes are rancid. His vibes are corporate as hell. His vibes are bought by Peter Thiel. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know, maybe he's autistic. That literally has nothing to do with anything about him, if he is. So it will be a Rubio ticket? I mean, my guess is if Marco Rubio and Vance throw down, my guess would be Rubio's gonna win. But Marco Rubio also has the charisma of a moldy carrot. Like, neither of them are appealing to the vast majority of Republicans in the same way Donald Trump is.
Voice heard, but right now we have a very good deal for the American people, and importantly,
the only person I'm worried running in the Republican Party would be Tucker Carlson, and like, I don't even know if he's gonna run, so we'll see.
We have a constituency right now that is saying that we're going to send boots on the ground. They want Donald Trump to send hundreds of thousands of ground troops into Iran. The best thing,
Those
we
are
need
Republicans.
people. But we need people to be pushing back from inside the tent.
Okay,
the frustration,
but some of us
I would
push back,
point.
and then we're told, and I quote, "Those who speak ill of Mark Levin are not MAGA."
Well,
oh man, his fucking fake laugh. Like, you can't watch this as a MAGA person and tell me, like, y'all think that he's he's smooth. You can't tell me you actually like anything about this guy. And if you do say that, I'm going to call you a liar.
President
Mark
Megan, I would
push back, and then we're told, and I quote, "Those who speak ill of Mark Levin are not MAGA."
Well, the president, as he does, is pushing back at a criticism of yours that he thought was unfair.
Not just me. I mean, a lot of the non-interventionalists.
But I talked to
Of course.
him last night, and I said, Mr. President, I'm going to go on Megyn Kelly's show, and I'm going to defend the administration's policies. He said, absolutely, I love that. Because, again,
good. Tell him he should do it next.
He engages, and he's going to criticize you when he agrees or disagrees with you.
I don't mind his
He's
criticism.
going to say
Fine.
nice things about you when he agrees with you. But that's what I actually love about the president. Is he's not like viewing these debates from the outside. He's participating in them himself. And again, Megan, the frustration that I've had with, the non-interventionist side has been that the attitude seems to be, we disagree with the president on this policy. Look, we can have that debate, but fine, okay? You disagree with the president on this particular policy. That doesn't mean you can give up on the entire enterprise.
Yeah, no,
and the reason,
I agree
Megan,
with that.
the reason why neocons are so much more effective in politics than the people on the other side in our coalition is because they play the game.
Mm-hmm.
They get disappointed, they make their criticisms, and they go back and they live to fight another day. Right now, we need everybody who recognizes that this is a good deal for the American people and that we don't want, like John Podolitz is saying, hundreds of thousands of ground troops in Iran. Make your voice heard. This is where you've got to participate in the process. Disagree when you disagree, agree when you agree.
I'm reasonable because while we have thrown away hundreds of billions of dollars, I'm reasonable because we didn't, checks notes, invade with hundreds of thousands of troops into Iran. Do you guys have any idea just how suicidally stupid that would be? Like, it's not like you need a ton of political pressure to not put boots on the ground in Iran. Because it's just, again, a suicidally stupid thing to do.
But
like the reason we're even having to have this conversation in the first place, this is where you need to get involved in democracy. Let people know you don't want hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground. Like, my brother in Christ, you made this situation happen. Like, you did this. Iran would crumble if the USA invaded. Are you stupid? Like, are you one of the stupidest people to ever be spawned by our species? Do you have any idea how big Iran's military is? They've got like over 1 million people prepared to like go fight. Iran is built like a fucking natural fortress. If you thought Afghanistan was bad and fighting against people in caves there, this is like 1,000 times worse. It's literally one of the cradles of civilization. People have been building fortifications in Iran since the dawn of our species' civilization. And you're like, nah, dog, it'd be super easy. 1 million people holed up in a country that's basically one gigantic fortification. It's called the fucking Graveyard of Empires for a reason, bucko. Bunker busters handle it? We don't have enough bunker busters for that. We're already out of fucking interceptor missiles because we used them all in the span of like 8 weeks. You think we have the capability to wage a war on a mass scale like that? Like, the reason Americans are willing to put up with it is because very few American soldiers have died so far. You put 100,000, 200,000 American troops on the ground in Iran, the death toll is going to go up astronomically. Astronomically. I just, this is stupid as hell. They're a third world country with no economy. They are one of the Guys, I don't know how to break this to you if you're MAGA. they have capabilities that dwarf Iran and Iraq, or not Iran, Afghanistan and Iraq and Vietnam in their prime, at their peak, right? Iran has one of the largest militaries on earth, and they've decently equipped said military. The reason we haven't put boots on the ground in Iran is because they have a lot of things on the ground that can kill American soldiers. The reason we have just been bombing them is because that's what we can do relatively easily without incurring losses. But there's a finite number of things we can bomb. There are a finite number of planes we have. And if we ever tried to set foot on the ground to actually try and capture territory in Iran, that would be one of the bloodiest conflicts America has ever entered into. Like, I don't know what to tell you. There's a reason the United States surrendered to Iran in this memorandum of understanding. And the reason is we fucking lost. Is America's spending $350 billion, giving $350 billion of your taxpayer dollars to Iran just out of the goodness of America's heart? Like, well, and that's the thing. That's the thing. Sulfatimina. Sorry to butcher your username. Like, Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, not known for their militaries. Iran is known for its military. They have greater military capabilities than basically any other country America has picked a fight with since World War II. Like, I don't know. Like, the unearned confidence here is exactly what gets hundreds of thousands of people killed when it's put in charge of militaries. Let's just take a quick look here. This is from March. This is the Central Command. Sorry. Center for Strategic and International Studies. Let's just take a quick look at that. Rebuilding U.S. missile inventory, a multi-year project. The 39-day bombing and air defense campaign against Iran depleted inventories of key U.S. munition stockpiles. As previous CSIS analysis detailed, the United States has enough munitions for any plausible scenario in the Iran war, but the depleted inventories have created a window of vulnerability for a potential Western Pacific conflict. The time needed to rebuild these inventories has thus become a major concern. Pete Hegseth said it will take months and years, depending on the weapon system, to replenish U.S. inventories. And let's just take a look here. Key munition stockpiles. Estimated use in the Iran war of Tomahawk missiles over 1,000, which is far more than what we produce in any given year. And estimated return to pre-war inventory not until 2030 or 2031. Like, the amount of time it's going to take to get us back to a position where we just had the stockpiles we had prior to this conflict, it's quite a bit. I just don't know what to tell you. We've used like over half of our inventory of missiles. How much of that inventory was sold to Israel with our tax dollars asking for a friend? Genuinely great question. Probably a not insignificant amount.
Don't like this idea of the president did something I didn't like, so I'm out.
Yeah.
I think it's a very immature way.
5 years isn't long. 5 years is a long time if you are facing the prospect of a ground invasion into Iran, where in 39 days, they were able to deplete half the accumulated stockpile that took years to make.
Way to approach the political process.
I agree with
and
you.
it's the way to ensure that your enemies always
You look like AI? Why? Because I look good?
win.
I've been saying the same because a lot of people have been saying that they feel blackpilled by the whole experience. You know, like I'm just out, and I have been trying to make the point that you can't do that, right?
No,
you got to stay.
that's right.
But realistically, because after these midterms are over,
Can I make one more point about this, Megan? This is like very important. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
no, it is.
So look, the coalition that made Donald Trump the President of the United States, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, people have to remember this. It was Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. It was also Mark Levin. It was also a lot of people.
What you're saying is a lie. Okay, well, here is the stockpile of munitions we had prior to the Iran conflict. Let's just take a quick look. So we had 3,100 Tomahawk missiles. We've gone through over a third of that in 39 days of use. We had 4,400 JASSMs. We've gone through a quarter of that in the span of 39 days. We had 90 PRSMs. We went through almost all of them, 70, over the course of 39 days. We had 410 SM3s, and we went through over half of those in 39 days. We had 1,160 SM6s. We went through almost half of those, or not almost half, like maybe about a quarter of those. We had 360 THAADs, which are very important for intercepting, and we used potentially 290 of them, leaving us with 70 left. And as far as Patriot missiles go, we used half of our stock of Patriot missiles. And it will take years to rebuild those. And the idea that we are going to, if we put boots on the ground, win a war in just like another 39 days is deeply laughable. And the second you start running out of those munitions is the second soldiers start dying by the busloads. So, like, I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry that the facts hurt your feelings. Now let's finish this.
People like John Podhoretz, who want a more aggressive foreign policy. What I think is important, I'm never going to say that John Podhoretz is not welcome in the Republican Party. He is. But just as he's disappointed right now, sometimes other people are going to be disappointed at other times. You can't just quit politics because the leader of a country of 330 million people makes a decision you disagree with.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I know a lot of people don't agree with us here. They're very...
I mean, that's not the concern with MAGA, though. The concern is the coalition breaks and his political power base ends. Like, it is not sufficient to actually buoy him to a point of political safety or enough to get reelected in 2028. Like, that's the concern. The concern is that the schism prevents the effective use of MAGA politics.
Very angry over the Iran war. It was like their number one issue.
Which, to be clear, is not a concern for me. I would deeply like for this schism to deepen, and for the Republican Party to effectively fall to infighting and be unable to accomplish any damn thing. I would like that. And this is the best possible outcome.
And they feel like Trump is not the man they thought he was because he betrayed that promise and didn't explain much about it. And I understand their feeling too. But I will just say that, you know, Podhoretz and Levin and all those guys, that's the original Never Trump crew. They hated him. I was there. I had those people coming on my show saying, absolutely not, never Trump. And then they embraced him like a bear hug just as soon as he decided he was going to attack Iran and was cozying up with Israel. And that's their main issue.
And J.D. Vance would never know anything about a sudden about turn on your opinion on Donald Trump. Never.
And now they're starting to get a little wobbly. And I wonder whether the president sees maybe his new best friends aren't quite as in love with him and loyal as he thought.
Yeah, and I would say the same thing to them that I'd say to the non-interventionists who have been a little blackpilled over the last few months. I'd say you don't quit the political process just because the president, who, by the way, has way more information than any of his critics have, is making a decision that they don't agree with. Disagree with it. We have the First Amendment in the United States of America. I'm not saying be a patsy. I'm not saying be...
Hey, I wasn't a big fan of Kamala Harris, but, like, she wouldn't have done this absolute horse shit. Like, she would have done other bad horse shit, but it wouldn't have been absolute horse shit.
You know, a person who always falls in line, make your viewpoint understood. But I think this is a very important part. In a coalition, we have a two-party system in this country. You've got, 80 million people, 85 million people who voted for Donald Trump. Nobody is going to agree with the administration 100% of the time. So, you know, it actually doesn't bother me that Mark Levin is criticizing this deal, even though I think this deal is great for the American people. I'm going to go on a show for the next few days. I'm going to defend it. What would bother me is if Mark Levin said, you know what, the president just did something I didn't like, and I'm going to go home. I'm not part of...
Also, he only got 77 million votes. The idea that he got 88 million votes is that is incorrect.
This coalition, screw that guy. I think that's the mistake that way too many people across our political system make.
Thanks.
God. JD Vance is such a clown. But ultimately, I find it very funny that he was going on television talking about how, no, the $300 billion, it's lies. You're believing misrepresentations from the Iranian government. Ha ha ha. And then immediately it leaks that, of course, in the memorandum of understanding, there is $300 billion for Iran.
JD on an apologia tour like this.
Well, keep in mind, JD Vance is doing it almost out of necessity because he's released a new book. It's like the worst timing in the world for JD Vance to release a book, and he picked the worst possible time. It's very funny. But interesting number to choose. Dude does have 88 on the brain. Let's be very clear. I would not be surprised if he did pick that number intentionally. Now, all of that to be said, chat, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know in the comments what you actually think about the Memorandum of Understanding. I view it as a complete capitulation by the United States. I don't think there's really any other way to read it, but I'm sure there are other opinions out there. And all of that, go check out your local Dems. Check out your local DSA. Organize. The solution to the problem is organizing. Join your local Dems. Get involved on the local level. Get those corporate Dems out. Get those lobbyist Dems out. And get pro-working class Dems in charge. We need to do this from the ground up. All right. And we can then also organize around a Montana Plan initiative in every state, build that momentum, and get corporate money out of our politics on a state-by-state basis. Hawaii's already done it. Montana's in the process of doing it. You can do it in your state too. All right. And join your local DSA. You can help organize local labor in your area by doing so. If you need help getting started, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. And also, folks, you can check out Progressive Victory to get linked directly in leftist campaigns, not just in your local area, but across the country, because leftists who are running for office need help knocking on doors, need help phone banking, need help text banking, and need help doing research. So if you are interested in doing any of that, also check out Progressive Victory, link down in the description. And also, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof. We did it. That was a lot longer than I thought it would take to get through that. Oof. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Now, it is rather late, so I'm going to pose to you guys a question. Well, first of all, before I get to that, have you hit the like button yet, chat? So we got a little song to play to help remind you to hit the like button. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. And frankly, every time you financially support the show, the chuds in chat get a little bit angrier. So, you know, do with that information what you will. But click the goddamn button.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button.
Aw, yeah. Let's see, how we doing on the likes? Hey, look at you guys go! 316 likes, not too shabby. Not too shabby. And you know what? Shout out to Vertical Chat with the 159 likes. It's not as cool as 169 likes, but it's getting close. Now, here's my question. Do you guys want to experience the magic of Dracula's Angel tonight or tomorrow? Because I recognize it's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's pretty late. This would be a commitment that would take us into 3:30 a.m. territory. Please, What If Alt Hist? What If Alt... You guys need to get, like, 467 more subs if you want What If Alt Hist content. Tough question for me. Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Okay. I think we will do this tomorrow. Because I am very tired. I've been running myself a little bit ragged. So we'll do this. We'll do Dracula's Angel tomorrow. Are there more Seggies if tomorrow? No, because I'm tired. So we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. You guys will enjoy Dracula's Angel, and we'll also do more content tomorrow. The show will continue, of course. I will sleep like a baby. Good night, everybody. Get good sleep, get good rest, drink plenty of water. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Good night, everybody.